Hello there, everyone. How are you all doing tonight? Hopefully you're having a good week. My name is GirafaStev. I'm the president of the Long Boy Club. I'm the long and large enjoyer of games, wrestling, animals in baseball, and my sinky cats. Tonight, we are continuing with our run of dispatch here. We have quite a few things to consider going into tonight's episodes, but before we do that, chat, I have been on my continued descent into normieism. Because a little while ago, I told all of you that...
Hello, Mario.
Hi, Zach. You already know this, but I'm going to say it again. My descent into becoming a fucking normie is continuing because a little while ago I got into baseball after years of not really being into any sports besides wrestling. And unfortunately, I got into another one, chat. Or at least, well, getting into it is a bit of a stretch, right? More like I can watch it now and understand what's happening, right? Because now I'm adding football to the list. And not just any football, but American football too. Ugh. I didn't think the day would come, chat, but it has. It came for me, and now I must reap the consequences of that. Dun dun dun. I'll be able to relate to my father even more now. I never thought I would be able to, but maybe now I can. I don't have an affiliation with any team, but I am able to look at a football game, and even though I don't know any of the positions, I can tell you what's happening and why certain plays are being made now. Again, I never thought I would get to this point. I thought that I was just destined to not be a sportsman for my whole life.
Please.
Okay, I'm gonna need that serotonin to get me through this rough patch in my life. Like, I don't know what a running back is. I don't know what a quarterback is. I don't know what they do. But if you put a bunch of squiggles in front of me on the friggin' gridiron, I will know what is about to happen.
Hello, Mario.
When is basketball going to be in your list of sports watching? It's kind of been in there for like a while, but like it's more on a casual level, right? It's one of the more complex sports out there, that's for sure. Dude, I don't know what a linebacker does. I don't know what a quarterback does. I don't know what a nickelback does, but I do know why certain plays are being made. Excelsior long-necked Avenger. Hello there, Dan. Welcome on in to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. And hello, Bri. Hello, Patch. Hello, Zach.
Hello, Mario.
A nickelback provides the radio rock. I hear they want to be big rock stars. Or so I'm told. I hear they're going out tonight to take anything they want and drink everything in sight. And they'll go to The World Stops Turning while they burn it to the ground, so on and so forth. I heard, listen, at least that's what I'm told whenever I watch, Raw from, from the early 2010s, which is a fate I wouldn't wish on anybody, but here we are. Dude, I was a kid when they did the Michael Cole and Jerry Lawler Kiss My Foot match, and I'm still here. If I'm still here after that, then you can continue to be a fan after anything, chat. You gotta keep the faith, okay? No matter how many Kiss My Foot matches they do, you just gotta think. Stev is immortal. Watching it during the guest host era as well, Well, the fun thing is that the guest host era kind of continued as I was watching it. Like, they weren't doing it every week, but they were more or less doing it when they wanted to pop a rating. Which included the Muppets, which were honestly the best. Which were honestly the best guest host, honestly. Not necessarily because, like, you know, they were wrestling fans. I don't assume anything from the Muppets, but more so just because when they were on screen, they were dialed into their fucking brand of, you know, humor, right? It was essentially like a mini Muppet show with some shitty wrestling attached to it. Shitty wrestling that includes Santino Marella and the bane of all of our existence, Jack Swagger. I think Stev and Melman from past the Muppets Raw was gold. Dude, when Sheamus and Beaker
Hello, Mario.
stood face to face like fucking Rock and like Rock and Hogan, I popped. Okay, even as a kid, I popped for that shit. All right. We need the Muppets in AEW. The world needs to see Animal versus Brody King. Dude, Brody King doing his friggin' like rolling cannonball into the corner onto a Muppet. That might cure me of my depression. All right. Miss Piggy and Tony Colton, you're cooking, brother. You're cooking. You are cooking so hard. Like, they're literally cut from the same cloth, too. Kermit with a half-painted Darby face. Let them cook. Let them cook. I don't know. I would imagine, dude, the promo off between Kermit and MJF, that might be more legendary than most of MJF's promo offs. like MJ's kicking the shit out of Darby and Kermit and Kermit comes in to make the save with the fucking ukulele that he plays. Dude, I'd pop. That would put my bun in a seat for sure. Mark Briscoe and the Swedish. No, dude, we need Mark Dude, we need the conglomeration with Mr. Dr. Honeydew and fucking Beaker, dude. The Cabal connection. I think Kermit plays a banjo. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, whatever stringed instrument Kermit plays, he fucking comes out and fucking El Kabongs MJF with it, and he sells it like death. Ooh. Notably not in this game.
Hello, Mario.
Wait, Bubsy 4D has a badge? That's insane. Hello, Fluffy. How you doing? I think Kermit plays a banjo. Mark Briscoe and Swedish Chef. Dude, I feel like you could pair Swedish Chef up with like most of the people there and it would pop off hard. But I need like fucking Dr. Bunsen Honeydew and Beaker to freaking team up with the conglomeration. The cartoon the cartoon Darby entrance video, but it's with Kermit through the swamp. I mean, listen, Kermit by his very existence has the proportions of Darby Allin in that freaking cartoon. So, you know, I think that would go hard, honestly. I imagine Kermit reluctantly bonks a jib with his banjo. He says, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Friedman. I normally oppose violence. However, I will say that you should dump batteries into the river." I can't do a Kermit impression, so I'm not even going to try. Hi-ho, Kermit the Frog here. Dump batteries into the river. Dude, we are cooking, I feel like. But who would Fozzie team up with? Like, who are we pairing with Fozzie, chat? No, dude. Like, I look at half the Muppets and I'm just thinking the conglomeration. No one gets paired with Jericho. Jericho walking past Kermit. Look how green this kid is. Okay. Well, now that you said Chris Jericho and Fozzie, it might work for that. But dude, I'm gonna groan audibly if Jericho and Fozzie form a faction. Okay, it's just like, goddamn, Jericho, stop forming these factions. Like, it's not enough that you have to. Like, it's not enough that you leave freaking Brian Keith and Big Bill, but now you need to bring Fozzie down too. Fozzie and the Death Riders? It's training in the dungeon, Will Ospreay and Fozzie. I like that. You know what? I can fuck with that. Dude. No. It needs to be both Fonzie and... It needs to be Fonzie and or Gonzo. Gonzo's chickens doing a cover of Juice. Hire us. Dude, no. Hire the Muppets. Hire the fucking Muppets and make them part of the broadcast team like you do Mick Foley. Listen, man, AEW is the perfect place to have hardcore wrestling and silly nonsense. Like that's part of its charm, you know? Like, it plays both sides of the fence. So, and really, what side of the fence is goofier than the Muppets? So, what other, like, Muppets am I forgetting? I feel like that we covered most of, like, you know, the really good ones, right? Dude, I'm thinking about that promo, like that dual promo between Miss Piggy and Tony Storm. That shit would feed families. Miss Piggy, you voluptuous skank. I'm pretty sure that's how it would start. Tony Storm comes back for her injury and she discovers that it wasn't anyone on the roster that took her out, but fucking Miss Piggy. I did it for Kermie! Can I try some of those mother's milk I've been hearing about? Fozzie gets choked out. You just hear a muzzled waka. Oh, I thought that you were doing a Tony Storm thing there for a sec. Can I try some of those mother's milk I've been hearing about?
It's time to play the music. It's time to light the lights. It's time to meet the Muppets on AEW tonight.
Dude, absolutely. I am there for it. Those two old people that talk shit talk people. Oh, what, the hecklers who talk shit but they're dressed like Jim Cornette and No, it needs to be goddamn yeah, it needs to be Jim Cornette. Listen, it's either gotta be Jim Cornette and Russo, or it's gotta be like the guys for the fucking Busted Open radio show. It needs to be Bubba Ray and Mark Henry. Although I'm pretty sure Statler and Waldorf. Oh, Statler and Waldorf. That's their names. Okay, got it. I don't know if I would want them commentating a match. But, like, what I mean by that is I wouldn't want them on the booth with, like, the actual commentators. That just kind of seems like a bit much. Like, I don't... Cornette and Russo, but they have podcast gear. Dude, again, you're cooking, honestly. I gotta admit, you're fucking cooking. Okay, but anyways. I'm pretty sure that Tony Storm would find a better way to incorporate the concept of frog legs than Jack Swagger, though. Animal and Beast Mortos? Dude, actually no. Animal and the fucking... Dude, I feel like you could put any of the Muppets with the conglomeration and it's gonna work. Dude, Animal and Mark Briscoe would honestly go off. That shit would hit like crack. That shit would hit like crack, I feel like. But no, Animal and Beast Mortos would also go fucking good. Animal chanting CEO. Dude. Oh no. Well, which one would like... Dude, which one would be going with Mercedes Monet? Because I feel... No. I mean, you don't... No, you don't need a Muppet for that. What you need to do is you need to bring out fucking Harley Cameron and have her revive puppet Mercedes Monet to friggin' interact with the Muppets. I feel like that would be at least a little fun. You know? I think Mercedes, Harley with the Mercedes puppet, and just any, like, Muppet of your choosing, I feel like that would go insanely hard. Here's a wild card idea. Mercedes Monet and Uncle Deadly. Uncle Deadly, hold on. Uncle Deadly Muppet. I'm looking him up. Wow, this is a deep pull. I've never seen this one before, chat. Hold on. Oh, you want to see Uncle Deadly real fast, chat? Because I'm looking at him right now and I can't believe my eyes. Dude, I've never seen this Muppet in my whole life. Have you guys? Needs to be much like a diva, like... Needs to be much of a diva like her. I mean, wouldn't that just be Miss Piggy again? I don't know, I mean, like... Listen, the segment is such. It involves the following. Tony Storm, Miss Piggy, Mercedes Monet, and Harley Cameron with Puppet Monet. That's your segment right there. That's your fucking segment. Book it, TK. I don't even know what you would do in it, but I feel like that's your problem to figure out. That's not my problem. All I know is that if you really tried, you could do it, brother. And it would pop off so fucking hard. Wait, which wrestler would team up with the giant hairy Muppet, giant Sweetums? Sweetums Muppet. Okay. Oh, this guy. Okay. Satnam Singh. No, this guy would team up with Brody King right here. This fucking guy would team up with Bandito and Brody King in a trios match against the Don Callis family. I would fucking watch that, sure. I'd fucking watch Sweetums pound the shit out of Rocky Romero and Trent Beretta. I mean, that would be cool. But he has to move like Satnam Singh, I feel like. Like, he has to move like Satnam Singh, otherwise it's not going to be realistic, right? Like, look at this guy and you tell me that he's mobile, you know? Look at him and you tell me that this man can move, because I don't think he can. Well, speaking of moving, chat, it's time to move on to our feature presentation here tonight, which is, of course, Dispatch. But first, let's go ahead and let's play it out here real fast. We also have a new giraffe game coming out. We have a few giraffe games coming out, actually.
It's break time. Where are the Cheetos, my dudes?
Oh god. Like Planet Zoo. Dude, Planet Zoo too! Oh, can't hear it? Hold on.
Lemon lime treat after school.
Oh, that's weird.
Cool.
There you
Or
go.
freeze a refreshing pink lemonade snack and create an Arctic blast.
Now that's rad.
No cubes, no shaking, just easy squeezing and making. The secret's in the squishy polar chambers. Using Arctic freeze technology, just squeeze your
The polar chambers, chat.
Slush-alicious.
This right here's what you're missing.
The frosty sensation never ends.
I'll be honest though, if I saw a Yeti here in my house, I'd be like, you're not my Yeti, get out of here.
Crave. And when you're done, just rinse and refreeze your polar cup and you're ready for the next one.
Squeezy freezy.
You can call or log on to get your Squeezy Freezy kit and pick from 4 different colors of polar cups. Get an Arctic dome lid, the special slushy
Thank you.
straw,
Thank you very much, Zach. I appreciate that.
Yummy drinks inside.
Yeti's not included.
Everything for $19.99 plus $8.99 processing and handling. And so you can share the Arctic fun with everyone, we'll double your entire Squeezy Freezy offer free with your paid order. You must be 18 or older to order.
Squeezy freezy.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Again, if I saw that Yeti, I'd be like, you're not my Yeti. You're not even sexy. Get out of here, man. I don't want you. Infomercial hell. You have no sex appeal at all. But you know what does have sex appeal, chat? Dispatch. Because that's what we're playing tonight. I'll catch you up here in a minute. Hold on.
Nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Welcome back to Raw, everyone. Now, it is time for us to continue on with Dispatch. The last time we played this game, last week, a couple things happened. One, we've basically solidified our romance option here. We basically solidified our romance option here. We will be going with INVISIGAL during this playthrough. And along with that, we also revealed to our entire team that we are, in fact, Mecha Man. We did it because we figured that the team would be stronger if everyone was kind of on the same page, and that we were as open as, necessary to allow the team to thrive. Flambe almost fucking killed us, but we were saved by our teammates, and, all I'm gonna say is this. Gollum is my fucking ride or die, dude. Gollum is an incredible teammate. He saved my life. And also, Waterboy stepped up, and he helped save my life as well. So you know what? Waterboy is turning into a fine superhero here. We just gotta keep him on the right path here. I'm gonna share my streak real quick about a lurk now. Thank you for the 3-stream streak there, Fluffy. I appreciate that. Mecha Man or Iron Man in his Hulkbuster armor. Probably Iron Man and Hulkbuster, because I don't think Mecha Man can shoot projectiles, right? Unless I'm forgetting something. I'm pretty sure he's literally just a metal man, right? With maybe some weaponry, like melee weaponry, like a shield or something, right? So yeah, Flambe essentially tried to kill us. Our teammate stopped him, though. And then he flew off in a huff. because we essentially are the ones that ruined his life. So, with that in mind, I'm not sure if our team is getting smaller now that everyone knows the truth about us. But I think that now that everyone's on the same page, we're going to be stronger for it, and we're going to be rooting for each other more. So even if we do lose Flambe, I'm sure that the rest of the team can pick up his slack. Especially since we've not really been doing much to level him up in this playthrough. Sorry about that, Flambe. So yeah, that's kind of what we're going into this with. The team is a bit fractured at this point, but I feel that we're going to be, a lot stronger going forward. That being said, I think that the worst is still yet to come for this team. So we're going to see how that plays out. Also, I'm a defender. Stev, you know what surprises me? As far as I'm aware, no professional wrestlers have ever guest starred on Sesame Street. And yet they guest starred on the Mario Super Show, so you tell me which one is better. I'm pretty sure it's the one with Mario in it, chat. And Rowdy Roddy Piper, I'm pretty sure that's the one that's better. Big Bird, he ain't got shit on, well, actually, no, a lot of people have shit on Sergeant Slaughter, but on Roddy Piper, ain't no one got shit on him. Not even Big Bird, not even Elmo. Elmo sits there and he retreats to Elmo's world anytime that he hears Andre the Giant come up, okay? Inspector Gadget was on the Super Mario Bros. Super Show. I mean, like, that show was really, like, at least the live action portions, that show was a who's who of just, like, people that were big at the time. Oh, shit, hold on. I need to turn up the master audio. Give me a second. All right, chat. Take your bets. Are we or are we not going to start this stream with a flashbang sex scene? Because that's how we started last time. Remember when Milli Vanilli guest starred? Well, I know when Cyndi Lauper guest starred. Big in 19... Dude, big in 91 and somehow still around in 26. With only one member. But is it Millie or is it Vanilli that's still around? Oh my god.
I appreciate you coming to see this. Your support means a lot.
More than a lot. It means 936 American dollars. Cash, lad.
We're only here because these broke asses want proof before they pay.
That actually makes way more sense.
Can't believe you actually hung out with these fuckers.
You jealous, old man?
Of what? Let me guess. You get into a bar fight?
They're so supportive, dude.
They ruin everybody's fun. Fact. If you're gonna make me stand next to a criminal, you could at least hurry this shit up.
If you're gonna make me...
You missed 3 a.m. tacos.
You only want shit is full of shit.
Well, what you missed was 3 a.m. tacos leading to 4 a.m. heartburn, followed by 5 a.m. diarrhea. And despite all of that, it was lovely.
Always.
Okay, protocol test 19 ready to commence. We good when you good, Mecha Man.
Engaging protopols. Now.
Alright, let's do it. Come on! For all the marbles.
All readings super stable. Here we go.
What
Time
the?
to make your grand re-entrance.
Flex.
Alright, ready for launch.
Roger that.
Dude, you have to pick the right emote for this? That's crazy. We're about to get that victory royale here, chat. Ah!
See there? Is that confirmation enough for you cheap ass bitches?
Pay me my money.
Fucking hell.
Told y'all, it's so obvious he don't have superpowers.
It's a fucking waste of time. If he was gonna lie about being a hero, why would he pick Mecha Man?
Reminder, the mic is still open.
Look better than the original.
The smoke is a little overkill.
I thought the same too, but I think the purple is a nice touch.
What smoke?
Uh,
Shut it down.
Uh-oh.
Help him, Roy!
Let's get him out. Shit. It's locked down.
Shit. Oh, fuck, I'm on it.
See? They wouldn't have tried to help us. Oh. Well, you know what? I'm pretty sure that you know, they wouldn't have helped us if they weren't our friends. So you could say it's for money all you want. But it isn't really just for that. Beef! Hello, Beef.
Welcome back.
How long was I up?
About 14, 15 hours, I think.
You okay, Royd?
Mecha Man was almost massacred, man.
For fucking sure, brother.
Over, brother. I cannot recreate the astral pulse. Too much power.
No.
Too small a size. No pulse mean I can't make the man mecha. I'm not
Dude.
good, bro. Fail you, I fail everybody. Almost bring down the whole team. Almost get you.
No.
Everybody blowed up.
Hey, listen.
Father, why can't we have a
might
dog
not
like
believe
Beef? Instead of those stinky cats?
Because Stinky is not a... Because, well, here's the thing. I'll tell you why, Homunculus. Because with cats, Stinky is a mindset. Have you ever smelled a cat? Like a properly cared for cat, right? They smell really nice. I bury my face in my cats all the time as like an autistic stem. But dogs smell as worse. I mean, they smell as bad as they look. Dogs, on the other hand, smell as bad as they look. I should know. I have a dog. I have Romeo, and he looks like a dog. He stinks like one too. Okay? It's just like a birthday song. He looks like a dog and he smells like one too. Yes, absolutely. How dare you? I bathe Dusty regularly, even more than I need to. And does he smell nice? Dan? Does he smell nice? Well, to be fair, I'm not the one that's supposed to be bathing him. That's supposed to be my roommates. Maybe I should get on them about that. I'm not going to bathe him because he's not my dog. But Modi does need a bath. At some point. Maybe then he won't be so stinky.
Yourself right now, but I believe in you, Royd.
Aw.
It's not a little league game, brother. This real life.
Royd,
dude,
you did your best. I can't ask for anything else. Thank you.
Fist bump. Aw. Listen, man, that means a lot, though.
I heard that big bastard crying in the bathroom. Makes it hard to shit when somebody's doing that next to you, you know?
Pretty distracting, yeah. Everyone else okay? INVISIGAL?
Fine. One thing she's good at is disappearing when people get hurt.
What's your deal with her? You give everyone shit, but it always seems extra with Vizzy.
She's a liability.
No, she's not.
This needs to be objective when it's clear something's going on between the two of you. Don't think I don't see it. It's all over your stupid face. You like her. So I got a hater for both of us.
I guess I'm coming around on her.
You coming where?
I'm coming... Jesus Christ. I'm warming up to her. Okay? Our relationship started out rocky, but it's gotten better. Were you able to follow that, you old fucking pervert?
Look, just be careful, kid. Some people that...
Hey! You know, I'm about to turn that off during these story-driven games because you're just taking it out, brother. Because you're just taking the wind out of the sails. No. Okay, well, at least it's Battletoads, Battle Maniacs.
Have kidnapped Zitz and Princess Machinko and are holding them captive in the mysterious world called Gamescape. The Battletoads, Pebble and Rash,
it's break time, yay!
Tackle super pigs, flies, and rats in
Dude.
order to rescue their friends. Although this game is very similar to the NES original, pro players will still find enough challenge, fun, and uniqueness to want the game anyway. The graphics, character
Alright, well, Chase is telling us to be careful around INVISIGAL. Hot action! That's what I'm gonna get from INVISIGAL here before too long, chat.
This 8-stage
Mark my
game
words.
is not as long as the NES version, but is just as hard. The new turbo tunnel is difficult.
It's
so
the
remember to keep
Gitsy
pressing the
intro.
jump button
It
if you fall
is!
into one of the pits because you'll be sprung out of the pit if a
It's
small
iconic,
platform
proper
appears.
iconic because of that. Not like Aiden's iconic baseball cap, but iconic as in yes. It's synonymous. 5 lives and 5 continues.
Until the Battle Maniacs logo appears, and then press start. The flag will flash red if you entered the code correctly. This same code will give you 5 lives if you use it on the NES game. Battletoads and Battle Maniacs is practically perfection, combining movie-like cinematic qualities with a great variety of action. True video game fans will appreciate the maintenance of high fun throughout and the unbeatable challenge, which can only be conquered with excessive practice. Battletoads and
It's
Battle
the
Maniacs
Gitsy
offers
intro.
extremely
Oh, it
high
is,
challenge,
brother.
Even with 5 continues, resulting in a game that's hard to beat.
That's hard to beat. Is Battle Maniacs on the on the Nintendo Switch Super Nintendo app? When it comes to Visigal, Robert is definitely coming. And soon, brother.
Oh my God!
And so am I.
Out to help them, and they just suck you in and do whatever the fuck black holes do. I don't know. They fuck you up.
Your new look screams I know some science shit, so I was with you the whole way.
Nah, come on, take the day off.
No, really. I'm fine. All I've got to do is sit at a desk.
Desk work doesn't land you in the infirmary. Think about that.
I'll mull it over.
How did he even... Dude, he probably got all those scars because of the explosion, right? Man, do we have a whole ass infirmary in here?
If they're red ring or enhanced, proceed with caution. Oh,
Hello, Blonde Blazer.
what are you doing up?
Turns out, I'm completely fine. Just sort of time traveled several hours into the future where I feel pretty rested.
Oh, cool, yeah. That happens to me every night.
Wish I could say the same. How's your ship going?
Good? Yeah,
Good-ish.
challenging. Made worse by all the enhanced villains we're dealing with lately.
Enhanced villains? Aw.
I'm sorry about the pulse. Give us some time. Royd's a little down, but I'm sure we can come up with alternate power sources. Hey, really looking forward to tonight. Perfect timing.
Yeah, same. Wait, what are you...
Uh-oh. What's tonight? I don't know. I don't know. Tonight is the fucking... Dude, tonight is live from the Long Boy Zone. That's what it's about, okay? Congrats on not dying. Drink this when... Dude, chat, did you get that? No, he's gone! What the? Ah!
Down to the store. Can someone watch my sweet kitty Hobbs while I'm out?
Entertain. Okay, we need to entertain. All right. And yeah, Flambe is just MIA at this point. Entertain Hobbs the cat while his owner is away and keep a watchful eye on him. He's a troublemaker. I feel like Punch Up's got this.
I need someone
On standby.
for this really cool game that I'm old enough to play, and my parents said it was okay to call SDN.
Blend in with the line to not look like a scalper.
It's showtime.
Go do it.
What I fucking miss?
Holy shit, man, you're okay? Yeah, I was so fucking scared, dude.
Guess Mecha Man
Aw.
was earlier than we thought.
Damn, boy, you ate mad shit.
We got your present. Did you see it?
Aw.
Thank you. That was very nice.
Yes, well, I'm glad you're not dead. That would have been inconvenient.
We were remiss. I mean, we missed you.
Aw. I miss you guys too. Guess his ego can't handle Mecha Man. I guess, dude, I can't. I don't know if this was already pointed out, but does Robert look like Peter B. Parker from the Spider-Verse movies to you? A tiny bit. Yeah, like a tiny bit he does. Just kind of changed him into a more brunette color and you got him. This cat's not a cat. It's a giant fucking tiger. Stand down. You gotta stand your ground, brother. And you won't back down. Looks like it just wants to play. Wrestle the tiger. If anyone can wrestle a tiger, it's Punch Up, right? Come on, brother. No, really?
Don't you dare tell Coop about this. I'll never live it down.
Aw. Alright, well, I can give Prism a little bit more stuff. Send Oliver. Oh, what? My stinky cat? My orange? Dude, if anything, I should send Henry because he has the tiger pattern to him, you know? If anyone can tangle with a tiger, it's a fellow tiger. Alright? He may be tiny, but he has all the ferocity. I know it because I've seen him play with friggin... because I've seen him play with Romeo. Alright, Charisma's up to 6.
Hello? Yes, it's that time of month again. Send your finest over to clean my abode.
To clean your abode? Come on, man. Clean the callers home thoroughly and quickly. Politely put up with this very frequent caller. Oh, God. Okay. Well... Here, Malevola. Go.
Oh, they're gonna piss that
Cyberbully. This looks like a job for Waterboy. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the charisma nor the speed to do it. So unfortunately, I don't think it... I beg to differ. That does not look like a job for him. Some asshole keeps hacking into my Notes app. I think they have access to our secure Dude, I told you time and again, you're not supposed to hand over your friggin' IP address to someone in India. Alright? Especially when they want you to get $500 Google Play cards. You need speed and charisma for cleaning. It said thoroughly and quickly, dude.
Fuck yeah.
Alright, I need to string this guy along a little bit. Come on. Oh! Nice. Up, up, down. Oh, what? Hold on. There we go. I think. No, it is up, up, down, and then something else. It's up, up, down, and then it's something else. Up, up, down, left, right, left. 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 Left, right, left, up, up, down. Up, up, down, left, right, left. There you go. There you go. Yeah, it said quickly and thoroughly. Waterboy is not quick, nor is he thorough. He's very smart, but he's not quick or thorough. And he's also not very conversational. I don't know if you've noticed, but he's not much of a linguistic man. It's left, 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 down, down, up, up. Fuck you, Bri.
Down the fort, okay?
She did the best she could.
Must be a bit rusty.
She's been away from the desk too long.
I thought this was an easy job.
Well, it's not. I just make it look easy.
Shit, Robin. You're actually cool. He's not. He's just been gone all day, so it seems like he is.
Okay. Big ol' tsundere over here. I get you. Phenomena fan. Hold on. Phenomena fan.
Phenomena man picking fights with randos outside the convention center. It's weird. Can you make it stop?
De-escalate the fight between Phenomena men. Between the Phenomena men? Take down the troubled Phenomena fan. Escort him off to the convention center. Escort him off of the Phenomena convention center premises. Okay, well, here's what I think we need to do, right?
Gotcha.
New me? Fucking rocks.
Oh, that applies to him. Okay. So I'm gonna send Waterboy over here to kind of get him some reps.
Is still out sick.
Sick of your shit, maybe. But yeah, I haven't heard anything from him since last night.
Aw.
I thought he was gonna catch me on the way in. Fuck me up in the parking lot.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Nice.
Oh, well done.
Incredible, Malevola. Rare punch-up can never be knocked out. Yeah, but he's injured. Can I, like, heal him? Oh, dang. Okay.
Oh, now we're flying.
There we go, brother.
Coming up, and we're hosting a little roast of the mayor. An SDN hero would really round out our guest list.
It's a roast, but be smart. We don't want SDN on the mayor's shit list.
Yes.
Right, entertain the mayor with the live audience. We don't have anyone that's, like, charismatic and smart. So we're gonna need to send someone that can kind of do both. Prism, you're up.
I don't write my own jokes. Can't we hire somebody?
No! No, you need to freaking go now. Alright, Blazer's doing a speech over at the college, and one of you will be there to hear it. Alright, go, brother. Rumor? Oh, right, okay. Good. Come on. Nice!
Oh, for real? Just kidding. I know I was in my bag on that one.
You sure were, brother. Now you get a little smarter, okay? Hopefully she'll do a speech about how AI sucks. I mean, Prism's a real artist, so if anyone's gonna do it, it's her, you know?
No one believes me, but there's definitely a ghost in my house. Anybody over there?
Alright, investigate the homo... investigate... Wait, hold on.
Gang war happening in the warehouse district.
Gang war?
Shit. The Red Ring's closing in on this biker gang.
Oh, that's actually the Frigos. They're an e-biker gang. Way worse.
Enhanced durability, Red Ring Lieutenant. Okay, hold on.
I'll handle it. Well, ghosts are bullshit.
Go handle it.
But spirits are real. Can confirm. Whatever, I ain't even mad about it.
I'm mad about that, honestly.
I'm about to make your job a whole lot easier.
Oh, really now? Alright, hold on.
Graceful.
I'm gonna need... Right, enhanced durability. Hold on. I don't want to bow out of this, dude. Stop the gangs from escalating the assault further. Coop, go.
Oh, did you guys hear Vanderstank and his wife got divorced?
Finally. I was beginning to believe Vanderstank's wife lacked both taste and sense.
Vibes were off off this morning, but I couldn't tell if it was divorce vibes or shitty commute traffic vibes.
Hey, maybe she's not going to hell after all.
Marrying someone can send you to hell.
Yeah, but only if you marry a billionaire.
Oh, okay. Well, actually injuring him was kind of a bad idea then. Right, well, Punch Up is injured. He receives +2 combat, +2 vigor, and reduces rest time. So, like, he actually becomes better when he's in a position where he's injured. I mean, both of these are not really that great, I feel like. On a call with on a call with less than 4 slots, Punch Up creates a slot exclusively for him to join. Okay. Get in there, brother.
The faction of light needs your help to overtake the faction of darkness.
Darkness.
Preferably before 8 when the park closes.
Roleplay
Stands for live action role play, but it's not a sex thing. Okay, it's like people dressing up and playing pretend type shit.
Still sounds like a sex thing.
roleplay as the hero that was foretold.
Okay. The Yachties have taken over the mayor's after party. They're holding everyone hostage on their yacht.
Apprehend the Yachties. These before they get the ransom money. Right, rescue the hostages and apprehend the apprehend the yacht hotties. Got it.
Hey, is that my homie right there?
Fuck yeah, it is.
Ah, I love that. I love that for them, dude.
What's it going to be this time?
All right, we need your brains and your brawn, brother. Go.
Golem, are you still on the apps?
I'm taking another break.
Phone a friend.
You do better in person anyways.
And
the homeowner said she could hear things from her basement. Voice it. Phone a friend. Oh, God. Dude, Malevola. Dude, I knew it was the right idea to send her to this because she's a demon.
Malevola feels like you're our best shot.
You are right on, mate. If there is spooky shit going on, I will sniff it right out.
Nice. Not haunted. Good job. That's exactly why we've got you. Oh, dang. Okay. Okay, so we need to roleplay as the hero that was foretold. I kind of feel like that this is one where it's just gonna be like...
Here I go.
Go!
Faction of Darkness! That's a good band name.
Alright, so given how Malevola's good with Waterboy, again, I think it's a good idea to kind of build her around him. So she'll be good with mobility. Yeah, from like this point, it's probably a good idea to make sure that...
Is that really how it went? Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Ugh, I thought we had it.
Yeah, I thought we had it too. Delivery bots.
His line of delivery bots appear to have gained sentience and are attacking the city.
They're attacking the city. Alright, well... Ah, dang it! Stop them before they reach Vanco. Okay, well, I'm gonna need to send him.
Beautiful day.
Play as the rogue, play as the... Dude, play as the bard! That's Prism! Prism would be a fantastic bard. Let's go! Incredible. Alright, good charisma. Superior intellect from him. Here we go.
Robbery downtown. Suspect is in pursuit, but we need SDN to defrost the bank.
Defrost the bank? That makes no sense. Oh, yes, they've reached full synergy. Good. Okay. Again, probably good to build them around each other. Vigor will be maxed out. Again, I feel like we're min-maxing here. Yep, min-maxed. Literally, dude, literally, that was the name of the goddamn achievement I just popped. Cool. Melt the ice.
For Flambe to burn shit, and he ain't even here.
Send Flambe to defrost. Blast the ice without causing injury. Alright. Alright, did you do it? Maybe you did. It's not looking likely. Nope.
Come on, come on, come on. Shit.
Ah, dude, I wasted that revive on him.
Listen, it was bring your kid to work day, and I thought he could try using the forklift.
Dude, he's not forklift certified. Drop the entire shipment on into the harbor. Recover what you can of the shipment before it becomes waterlogged. We...
You could try chipping away at the ice?
Use your fists or whatever it takes to break the ice. Be careful not to hurt civilians. Be careful not to hurt the trapped civilians.
Sweating again.
Am I? That tracks.
Go do it, brother.
Any weekend plans?
Yes.
Cool. No follow-up questions for me.
Alright, the delivery bots have made it to Vanco attacking employees. There is no other way. We must destroy them. Well, if it's destruction that you're looking for, I've got just the group. Oh god, there's blood everywhere. Alright, go!
What?
This is our 25th time being paired together.
Yeah, but who's counting?
I am.
Oh, yeah. I guess so.
Investigate reports of the sewers. Shipment down. Oh god. The one time I need brains and he's not here for it. Alright, go. Sewer surveillance.
There's some activity down in the sewers. My tenants are getting uneasy. Can you folks look into it?
Nice choice.
Fine. Was he trying to hit on her? LOL.
Yo, who got the snacks?
I thought you said you had it.
No, that was me.
Night, everyone. Oh, I'm pretty fucking beat. I'll see your dumbasses in the morning.
I've got the booze. Folks down for a carpool? I got room.
Shotgun.
I would like a ride. I'll bring extra towels.
Aw. I'm gonna increase her vigor by just... Actually, no. Hold on. Combat 666. Mark of the Beast, brother. She has 2 level ups. And 1 more. I'll give her 1 more charisma, too. Was he trying to hit on her? Dude, I don't know if Punch Up knows how to hit on women. He only knows how to be himself. Be careful with the trapped civilians. Please. You can do it. Let's go.
Jesus, that took forever.
All right, defrosted. The bank has been defrosted. Yeah, dude, the one time that I can send Flambe to do something that will give him XP, he's not here for it. Well, maybe if he wasn't such a big baby, then maybe we could actually do something here.
I'm gonna be insufferable about this.
Hold on. Sonar required. Aw, dang. Win them over with kindness. Engage in diplomatic relations. Win them over with kindness. There's an entire race of mole people living beneath torrents? But which one would be charisma here? Kindness? I feel like kindness would be it, because diplomatic relations sounds like brain power. Protect the mole people. Wait, the Red Ring is also trying to establish first contact with the mole people. Protect the mole people! No. Dude, she's gonna fail that hard. Yeah.
try me today.
Ah, dude, I had no other choice. I had no other choice, dude. So wait, is that the whole, like, dispatching part of this episode, or are we getting more? Dude. We ended that really poorly. Fuck you, Red Ring. Can't have shit.
I mean, you know, it feels like for the first time in a long time, I can see a life without Mecha Man. You know, which I'm sure you would appreciate. Been nice that we get to spend more time together, right? Teaching people to be heroes, guiding them. It's not nothing, but I don't think I can sit on the sidelines. I worked hard to get good at being Mecha Man.
There's a little thing in the top left that says beef will remember that.
Away from that. But just when I feel like I got a handle on it, got it figured out, I think about Chase and my dad and Shroud, then I get all fucked up. You know what I'm saying, Beef? You know what I mean?
Oh. Dude, Beef is a potato. Look at him.
See, this is why I appreciate her talks.
No. Oh, it's Malevola. Okay.
Are you decent?
Definitely a house that needs some warmth.
Yeah, I told him that the last time I came. Somehow it looked worse.
You know you're breaking and entering.
We're just entering.
No breaking involved, dude.
Alright,
that rubs out, by the way. You just have to put a little muscle into it. Do you know where you'd want to hang this?
Why are you holding a lamp?
I think he's only considered where he'd hang himself. That corner seems fine.
Aw.
It's a housewarming gift for your housewarming party, Robert. I told people to bring a lamp or something.
Wait, people? More people are coming here? To my home. Look, I'm not really in a party mood right now.
Not what it looks like to me with your tidy whities.
Okay, she just touched my...
This is your family photo area? Kind of morbid. Which I'm kind of into.
Is that my work computer?
We figured it out, brother. The man can be Mecha again.
After your little premature Jack explosion, I had this feeling like I'd seen it before.
Then Vizzy asked me to get the energy reading we got this morning and cross-reference with recent calls.
Wait. It's not destroyed?
Nope. And a bunch of B-grade villains have been trying to unlock its power only to end up blowing their asses off like you did. Then they sell it on the next sucker and the same shit. It's passed hands at least 4 times that we've tracked.
How does Shroud not know this?
Yeah, probably think like us. Think it was destroyed. But he's no smart fucker, and he gonna figure it out soon enough.
That's why we get to it first.
Which is why we're having a party?
The Z-Teamers know every low-level supervillain in 3 counties. We track its location. They'll know who has it. Then we kick in some doors, knock some heads, snatch that shit back, and you'll be pulsing or whatever in no time.
Regardless of how this plays out. Thank you, both of you.
Aww.
I can't remember the last time someone did something so...
Hey!
What is wrong with you?
Just get gushy after we find the shit.
So, one of the last pings that we got was from a boat over here in Marina Del Rey. Which is?
Oh, Yachty territory.
Why, she's here first. You know much about those guys?
Old money crew of ascot-wearing cokeheads. Skylar Arcadia runs it now. 3 generations that family's been trying to finger me.
What are they accusing you of?
You're cute.
We're gonna ask you some questions about a piece of tech they moved. But first, Rob gotta put on pants.
Aw, what? But then I can't do this.
Aw. Robert's housewarming party. Keep clothes for Beef. Aw. I mean, Beef is a potato. I don't think he would go running. And even if he did, do you think he'd be able to get away? Because I don't think he would. You like me, guys. You really like me. I was gonna say, Malevola's really coming on to Robert, I feel like. What the? Dude, everyone is here. Will the homunculus remember that? Dude, I don't even think he remembers what he ate for breakfast this morning, unless it was Cheetos. This is like the man in the corner of the party meme. Dude, I was about to... Okay, well, never mind. INVISIGAL is really coming on strong. That's good. Hey!
You do understand how projectors work, right?
Felt more dramatic. And bare walls are a sign of depression.
Why is it always a warehouse by the docks?
It's where stuff comes in and stuff goes out. Not a rocket scientist, are ya?
No, that was my dad. What kind of security are you dealing with?
That's where it gets tricky.
Shit.
Wow.
Oh, shit, you need a fucking army.
I'll go. Can't shoot what you can't see.
Look, this is really great work, but doing this tonight is out of the question. Hitting a secure location like this is something they would handle downtown.
Are you kidding? There's enough firepower in this room to take down a fucking kaiju.
Bunch of drunk-ass Z-teamers, please. Y'all wouldn't make it past the front door.
No one's asking you to do a goddamn thing, okay?
Hey, no need for that. We take the day to plan it with downtown and hit the warehouse tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night? This thing's not gonna sit still for that long. If we don't grab it, someone else will.
She's right. They're ready. We're ready.
Robert, no. It's not happening.
There's no guarantee it'll be there tomorrow. We need to go now.
She said no. You understand that word, or has it got too many fucking syllables for you?
Why don't you go walk your ass around a mall,
Oh boy.
Grandpa? Heroes are talking.
You are no fucking hero.
Whoa, hey!
She named you INVISIGAL, you named yourself Invisibitch, and you had it fucking right.
Chase, you're drunk. You need to stop talking.
You want to get people hurt? Get people fucking killed, then you need to go back to the team where you belong.
You know what? Back off, Chase.
That's enough.
This is crazy.
She thinks she's like you, but she's not. Robert doesn't need to keep going out there with no powers, putting his life on the line to make up for assholes like you. He doesn't need to be Mecha Man to be a hero. You're playing them, you're playing yourself. You think you're invisible, but I fucking see you.
You don't know anything about me.
I know you're a liar, criminal. I know you're fucking dangerous. What else do I need to know? There. Now I know you're a coward.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Vizzy, wait!
That was a nice uppercut. That bitch sent his ass airborne. How are you not dead?
Chase, are you alright?
That's enough for tonight. I'm sorry this turned into... whatever just happened. Anyone who utters one word about what happened tonight fucking answers to me. Got it?
Man, all that escalated very, very fast.
INVISIGAL.
Hey!
Yeah.
Well, nice of you to show up, brother.
I might have to do that once a month or so as a release of my hatred for you. But...
Wait, did he get new eyebrows?
Time, you'll be less of a bitch to me. Yeah, we'll see.
Man.
Happy housewarming, bitch. Your place fucking sucks.
Well, you know what? Glad to have you back too, Flambe. That's a red zone.
Sir,
I guess he's still on the team, lol.
Thought you went home.
Came back to apologize. All these goddamn apartments look the same. That guy watching us from the balcony walked into his house thinking it was yours. Sorry about that.
Fuck you!
Hey, he said he was sorry.
Well, fuck you too!
Okay, let's just...
So I guess we're not getting the suit tonight, right?
You sure this ain't vodka?
She told you?
Made quite a first impression. Didn't know you were into spitting in people's mouths. Kinky shit. It's that internet somehow made sex boring.
Okay, now you sound how you look.
Another thing I can't do anymore. Fuck. Maybe it's why I say the word so much.
Sorry, Chase. I hadn't thought about that.
I had a pretty good run. You ever think about why we do what we do? Help people. Put it all on the line for someone who won't ever know your name, won't send you a thank you card, won't be at your bedside when you get hurt.
Just how I'm wired.
Just how I'm wired, I guess.
And here you are trying to rewire a bunch of criminals.
That first week, Vizzy was gonna walk off the team. You know, she's feeling low. Talking about how she was born with powers that always meant she'd end up as a villain. Like he was fated. So, obviously, I gave her the pep talk, you know. Like, that's all bullshit. You make up your own fate, yada yada. I don't even remember what I said, but I do remember thinking, oh, fuck. Yeah, that must have been hard. Like, if I didn't have you, you know, and my dad, where would I have ended up?
You were always good. That was always in you. It's what makes us different from a thief like her.
Oh, come on. You've stolen things, too.
What? You racist motherfucker. I never stole a fucking thing in my entire fucking life.
Chase, you've literally stolen things from me.
Oh, yeah, but that doesn't count. That was for somebody else.
So you sold them for somebody else is what I'm hearing.
You quietly contemplating?
Yeah, I guess I hadn't considered some things. But I think the answers are out there if you just listen to the wind.
Well, that's out there. And it wasn't even beef this time.
See why you and Beef get along.
Oh, where's my guy?
There he is, back there.
I'm sorry, my poor boy. That's it. There's my boy. There's my good boy. Who's a good boy? Beef is.
Uh-oh. Wait, is INVISIGAL going to get that?
Is there a mic on this? Hey! Hey, can you hear me? The fuck are you doing?
Oh, not much. Just looking for your stupid-ass pulse that's somewhere on this big-ass boat.
Oh, no.
In the supervillain group chat, because this place is crawling with dipshits. Good news is, they don't know where it is either.
Uh-oh.
You know who's not good, Beefy boy? You know who's a real pain?
Vizzy.
Get out of there now.
Look, you're disappointed, I'm disappointed. I'm sure Chase will have some shit to talk, but I'm here, and this is
our last chance of getting this thing.
Okay, maybe if I can hack into the system, I can trace the energy signal. Check the manifest.
Something would be great. Yeah, let's start with something.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. Dude, I'm pretty sure this is where I'm gonna be timed. Hold on. Alright, up, right. Up, right, up, right, up, right. Up, right.
Shit, need a password.
Up, right. There you go. What? Oh,
Hey,
hold on, found it.
Huge energy reading coming from the captain's quarters.
Right, and I'm supposed to know where that is?
See that tower?
The biggest one. It's at the top.
Oh, perfect. So you want me to cross this active battlefield?
Look, I didn't want you to do any of this shit.
I get it, okay. Jesus.
Keep your eyes peeled for Invisibage. Looks like she might know something we don't.
Oh, they know where she is.
Oh, hey, there's a door to your left.
I enjoy how that still has her profile picture.
Feel free to take your time. Just catching up with some old friends.
Okay, hold on. Oh no. She has a health bar. She has a health bar, dude.
I think I can use this.
You're not dying here. You're not dying here. Right, left, up, right. Left, up, right. Great job.
This fucking guy.
Okay, hey, Izzy, lead him towards that speaker tower. I've got an idea.
Better be a good one. Follow me, Featherdick. I got something real cool to show you. At the tower. Do your thing.
Working on it.
Work faster.
Come on. Alright, we gotta take the electricity. Take it over there. Horn system override.
Busy. Cover your ears.
Is that why birds fly into shit?
Busy, look out, behind you.
Fuck me. How am I supposed to get around that?
Look, hey, just worry about not dying. I'll find you a way around.
That's why she, dude, this is why she's my goat. This right here is why she's my goat. Okay.
Crane have the hardest controls. Don't mind me just passing through.
Fuck me, they're minding me.
Left, right. All right, left, right. Dang, dude. Get over here, man. That's right. Nice. Left, right. No. Left, right, up. Left, right, down. Oh, dang. Okay. Come on.
Nailed it.
Fuck you. So we got... Hold on. Oh boy, walls are closing in on her. Okay. Left, right. Okay, go. Left. Left, right.
Now the crane.
Whew. All right.
Heads up, lights here. The captain's quarters should be right in front of you.
We are killing it.
Before we go full Pompeii on your ass.
Full Pompeii on my ass? What kind of threat is that? You gonna give me diarrhea?
Wait.
Aw.
That was predictable.
That's sick as fuck.
Where the fuck is this thing? Because that's not gonna hold him for long.
It's in the safe.
The safe? I don't know how to open a fucking safe.
Fuck. Alright, let me see what I can do.
Okay.
I'd say this was excessive, but...
Just hurry up! They're almost through the door!
Oh, you're kidding.
All right.
Exit. No! Come on.
Fuck you.
Out of my way. No! No! Come on. Let's go. Nice! Safe override complete.
Is it in there?
I don't know. Does it look like a little glowy butt plug?
You know what? I guess it does. Okay.
So now all you gotta do is sneak past the...
Why did stop?
Uh-oh.
Holy shit, are they? Robert, what's going on?
I'm here. Just hang on. Trying to get the camera back online.
Offering feed.
I see you.
No!
Good, just...
It's Shroud, isn't it? It's Shroud.
Invisigal, stop!
Yep.
No.
No!
Hey, Busy, stay calm. Your inhaler, it's...
A few feet in front of you, okay? You gotta get to it.
No. Oh, he's gonna crush it, isn't he?
Hey, Busy, he's just gonna keep fucking with you, but you don't give up, okay? Busy, you got
No.
it. Please. Busy, hey, listen to me. You get up. Get up! Keep up.
He's going! Dude, he's gonna age like 30 years!
Okay, yeah, you're good.
Dude.
Where's my keys? Where's my fucking keys?
Hey, wake up. No, don't fucking do this, please. Please, Chase. Please.
Oh my god. Dude. Oh god. We have something to address here. Is Chase dead? You and 28% of players are ready to send the Z team to retrieve the Astral Pulse. You and 60% of players dance with Invisigal. You and 35% of players flex in the Mecha Man suit. You and 16% of players destroyed Vanco's delivery bots. You and 55% of players lost the mole people to the Red Ring. And you and 27% of players played as a bard in the Faction of Light. Your most set hero was Prism. You performed better than 20% of players in today's shift. That doesn't feel like I did too much, honestly. Okay, well, Invisigal's still alive, but Chase might be dead. Let's see what comes of that. Hold on, I'm gonna go to the main menu real fast. Wait, why is this broken? Retrospective. If an incident or injury should occur on the job, it is extremely important for you to notify your manager or HR promptly, no matter how minor the incident may seem. Well, I mean, technically, that didn't occur on the job, right? Like, I feel like that whole section was like, you know, I mean, that was like, you know, an undercover cop sort of thing, right? Like, we were superheroes undercover, basically. Chase should run around the earth backwards to regain. Dude, he comes back and he's like 1 month old. I like that. Every mile is 6 months. This came out monthly as well. Imagine being left with that cliffhanger. Oh, let's see what comes of it.
I'm too old to be crying.
Young boy.
Fuck off. No, you're not. I cry all the time.
Really? When?
When I was your age, I cried for weeks when the Raiders left LA.
That's Chase, isn't it? 2003. Wait, no, that's not Chase.
Never being home.
Whoa, motherfucker. Language.
No, that is Chase.
And it was the same. My pops had season tickets growing up. Seats sucked, but I just liked being there with them. So, yeah, when they moved, I was crying like a little bitch, too.
Are you saying I'm crying like a bitch?
Yes, bitch. That's exactly what I'm saying. What
Also, I think we're coming up on an ad break, chat.
And I gotta break the shit anyway.
He pays you?
To be around your crying bitch ass? Fuck yeah, he pays me.
Aw. So he was like his babysitter then.
Just make it less than $20, because I'm not trying to go broke every time you get lonely.
Wait, do we gotta go back to the Twinkies?
I get a Twinkie?
Hey, because you're crying, you can have two.
Aw.
Come in 2 packs.
No shit, kid. I was joking. Keep up.
Dude, don't let that be the last thing he says to Robert. That would break my heart.
There, bitch. You happy now?
Whoa.
There it is. We got that freaking sponsorship.
8 more times before bothering me.
I didn't realize you two were that close. That it went back that far.
Alright, we're gonna... Chase is like a sadder version of A-Train. Dude, I don't know. I feel like A-Train was pretty sad too. But he eventually came around. I mean, he was a villain at first, but then he came around. And he ended up probably getting the most satisfying conclusion out of all of, you know, the... You know, main hero... Rather, superheroes, quote-unquote, in The Boys. So...
It's break time. Where are the Cheetos, my dudes?
He's like,
beauty, grace, and
oh god.
mysterious ways of animals have fascinated
Dude. Based.
of ZooBooks, the publication especially created for young readers.
I'm gonna go and pee real fast, chat.
Jungles and grassy plains, the dark depths of the oceans, and the frozen Arctic wilderness to meet and learn surprising facts about the magnificent animals that live there. They'll discover the secrets of solitary predators and the strategies of hunting packs. Find out that sharks don't have a single bone in their body, and be amazed to learn that the largest animal in the world, the whale, survives by eating the smallest living organisms.
I've always had ZooBooks. Ever since I was little, I loved looking at the pictures. But now that I'm older, I use them to write school reports. They're cool.
Every issue of ZooBooks is packed with breathtaking full-color photos and scientifically accurate illustrations, and written so that the words and pictures work together to make reading and learning a fun experience. Your child will look forward to ZooBooks' monthly games and puzzles, and while they're playing, they're learning important concepts, building their vocabulary.
I use ZooBooks in my 3rd grade class and at home. My kids love them. ZooBooks make learning exciting and fun.
Right now, through this exclusive TV offer, you can get 12 fascinating issues of ZooBooks for the special low price of $19.95. What's more, call within the next 20 minutes and use your credit card, and we'll include this informative, fun-to-read issue dedicated to the largest of all land animals, the elephant. Yours absolutely free. Plus, as a special bonus, you'll get this colorful collection of animal stickers and this cool tiger poster that'll delight any youngster. So order ZooBooks now and send learning and fun to a child you love.
Reading was boring, but then I got ZooBooks. They're great. I can't wait till I get the next month's issue and find out what the new animal is.
To order 12 fascinating issues of ZooBooks for the unbelievable price of $19.95, call 1-800-441-2400. Remember, call within the next 20 minutes and we'll include the bonus elephant issue, stickers, and tiger poster absolutely free. You must be 18 years of age or older to call.
Same here, brother. Same here. God, this has been... Dude, I'm on the edge of my seat, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I am on the fucking edge of my seat right now.
Harry Potter? More like hairy poopo.
Yeah. Ugh. Now that's disgusting.
Om nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Alright, here we go. Welcome back to Raw, everyone. Now it's time for sad shit.
Should have kept in touch. But for a long time, seeing him reminded me that my dad was gone.
I'm sorry.
Chase would only babysit nights when Dad had to deal with something big. Working late, he called it. I was fine being alone, but I'd still ask to have him watch me because I could guilt trip him into buying me shit. He never said no. I made him run a lot back then.
Right. So maybe one less store run for bitch-ass Robert and he wouldn't be stuck in here. That's what you're saying, right?
I mean, it was, but now that you put it like that...
Hey, the only person that put Chase here. Pending the investigation, INVISIGAL suspended. Obviously, but... I think you should consider cutting her from the team. I'm not saying you should. I'm just saying you should consider it. It's 100% your call.
Can I get back to you? I really don't want to think about it right now.
Of course. Yeah. It's just... I can't help but think that we've already cut a hero for far less.
We had to send a message.
That's kind of my point.
Just gets better and better.
Vending machine?
Whatever I want.
He's so fucking proud of the man you've become. He told me that.
Dude. Dude. What do you do? It costs $5 to get Twinkies? Oh, well, I've worked at places with vending machines. That checks out. That checks out. Dude, that's gonna make it even worse! Aw.
You okay, bud?
It's just... I'm just mad.
Why, bud?
I'm a little mad, too.
It's in LA, so it checks out. Dude, I need to... Can you actually... I don't even know if that information is available, but I want to see if you can find the prices of Twinkies via vending machines in the state of California, because... like, vending machine prices are already, like, inflated as fuck. Like, anywhere. But how inflated are they in California, where everything is already very expensive?
It's not fair.
You're laughing. The man can't get his Twinkies and you're laughing.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry, dude. Zach said something funny. I'm not laughing at him. I'm laughing with him.
And then Chase shouldn't have... Do you think he did the right thing? I mean, I don't... It seems very not clear. Or unclear.
I don't know.
You know, Waterboy, I wish I had an answer for you. In this case, I really don't know.
Yes. Oh, yes. Yes, we got the tweak. No! What the? Ah!
Feel?
Whoa!
Kinda. I'll clean it up.
Whoa. Now that's ruthless aggression. Yeah, we'll just take the whole thing, brother. That's ruthless aggression, brother. Dude.
Hey.
So
you've all probably heard some version of what happened. Let's get to it. Main takeaways are that INVISIGAL has been suspended, so we're a person down the shift, and that Chase is in the infirmary. And he's in pretty rough shape. Despite his disposition, he really likes you all. Just don't tell him I told you that. I've found doing something good always helps when I'm feeling bad. We're fortunate to have that opportunity. Something Chase never took for granted. So, let's get to work.
Yeah. The rain's probably gonna mess with us too. This is gonna be so hard, dude. Because I'm down my best pairing. Alright? We don't have INVISIGAL right now. Which means I can't allow Gollum to synergize with her. Plus, we have shit-ass Flambe, who I've put absolutely nothing into for this whole playthrough. Like, we are going to be so fucked here. Okay, let's try. We are going to be so fucked.
Hey,
Beached whales.
we've got a fuck ton of beached whales off the coast. Could really use some help getting them back in the ocean.
Haul a dozen... Right, we have to haul a dozen 25-ton whales back into the ocean. Move them as fast as possible before a large crowd gathers. But now you guys send him out for any kind of XP. That's really it, honestly. Just to get him up to scratch with everybody else. You know? We're also down our speedster, too. We have nothing, dude. We have fucking nothing here. Oh, what the? No, Punch Up. I need you for something else. I need you for something else, brother. So, hauling and moving is what we need to do. Hauling tells me vigor, right? Like the shield there tells, like the shield there, it tells me defense. Or rather, like that's signaling defense for me. But maybe that just means raw strength. And really, I can't think of someone stronger on the team than Gollum. Yeah, we'll just... Fucking hell, man. This is tough. Yeah, we're just gonna need to go. Go. Go do it. Dude, Flambe is gonna be worthless this session, I feel like.
Thanks to the structural reinforcement, the damage to the resort is not as bad as it could have been.
Precaution, identify the structural integrity of the resort. Alright, we need to evacuate and identify. Which tells me... Coop, you go it alone. I have the utmost confidence that you can do it. Something, believe in ourselves, something, everything will be sunny good. I don't think everything's going to be sunny good here, Dan. This one of two things is going to happen, I feel like, or both. One, we're going to have to fire our love interest. And or two, Chase is going to die. Right? But this is like a very kind of complex situation here, I feel like. You want me to tell you who he has synergy with? I already know. It's Prism. Acid Vomit villain Upchuck is using the rain to rain terror on civilians. Use necessary force to apprehend this super. So we need force, is what I'm hearing.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah. I understand. We're all in a funk right now. Alright, bud. Go. Go do it.
Oh, shite. I know this guy. He used to have more hair.
The rain's causing one of those Volta Virtue cars to short out. I think this oh no, dude. Dude, Melon Husk has struck again. Oh, I got it. Come over here, bud. Yeah, buddy. Not the Musk. Dude, it's a fucking Tesla. That's what we're dealing with here. Come on. Yeah, buddy. I got you dead to rights. All right, left, right, left. Got it. Melon Husk and his ketamine addiction. There we go. Come on, bud. I got you dead to rights. Come over here, bud. You won't. You won't. There. What the? Ah! Okay, well, it takes him a minute. All right. I guess it takes him a minute to get there. Dude. I love how the score has just completely mellowed out. Melon Husk has struck again, dude. His ketamine addiction. If only he was... Dude, if only he was like Mr. Krabs, where he overdosed and died. I know this guy.
Right.
Do it, Punch Up.
Mention that part, but, can you go talk to him?
Yeah, happy to. What if he ever got around to adopting that dog?
Upchuck. Distracted. Good job, brother. Alright, team. We're doing well. Just keep it up. 50% chance. You have a 50-50 chance of winning. Oh, you got it, Coop. Good job. Good job. All right. Let's do Vigor for you, bud. All right, Flambe, please. This was a terrible team up to send. No.
Figures.
Dang it, dude.
Golem.
I know, bud.
Shitface, I think he's about to piss mud on the high school.
Yeah, you know, I saw him pulling over a beer truck earlier. I did think that was weird.
Come on, buddy. Spit it out.
A lot of vomiting this shift.
Golem, I get it. I want to get shitfaced right now more than anything, but we got a job to do, and I need all of you to just hang in there until the end of the shift. After that, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Cool?
I'm sorry, Golem.
Before he does more property damage.
Self-sabotage. Save Golem from himself and carry it back. Calm the angry civilians whose cars have been thrashed. Alright, we need to save him.
Got it.
Yeah, somebody has to, brother. You go do it.
Of course.
I understand, bud. Flambe, you go too.
Fucking useless. Hope he can walk. But, you know, if not, I need to work out today anyways.
You go do it, brother. Typical Melon Husk and his shit that doesn't work.
Okay.
This will be a sad dispatch. Hit well, dude.
Bugs. Apparently they have beef with one of our farmers using pesticides. It's getting real biblical down here.
Well, if anyone's gonna go and do it, it's gotta be you two.
Flying's a bitch, you can't see shit. The streets turned into a goddamn slip and slide.
I fucking love slip and slides, bro.
I haven't seen it come down this bad in a while.
I like it. Feels right for today.
Fucking cool it.
Gollum, sobered up. Dude, this is sad, honestly. This is just sad. Alright, well, we're gonna need some more mobility here, I feel like. Actually, you know what? Vigor. No, we need mobility. Go. We knew this would happen with his best friend not here. Yeah. Dude, I'm glad. Dude, I like that they worked that in. That was very inspired. I'm surprised that Coop isn't carrying Punch Up back. Like, he's still, like, they're besties, but he still has to walk. Nice. Good job, you two.
Not so tough with the bees in another dimension. Hey. The Bone Zone pissed off the wrong...
Bone Zone? It's the Bones... Dude, it's Bone Saw.
I know he sucks, but he writes my checks. Can you please just rescue him?
Alright. Well, I know what... Alright, well, I know what we need to do here. Well, first off, I'm going to heal Prism.
Thank you, baby.
Good job. You guys go. Go now.
Hi, just calling to confirm one of your Z-Team heroes for our interview this afternoon to discuss the Phoenix program.
Participate in an interview informing the audience about the Phoenix program at SDN. Punch Up. You go, dude.
Hello. Is this thing working?
Huh?
What? Wait, hold on.
Helps me keep my mind off of things. I really think it can help the team too.
I'll go ahead and just send Gollum over there. I feel like he'll benefit most. Just so he doesn't have to go and do shit right now.
Looks like they're hitting the port next.
Once per shift, all of Gollum's stats can be reset within the hero database, allowing for redistribution of points. Found himself. Gollum expands to fill each empty slot, increasing his stats by 25% per slot, up to 200% when beneficial. So wait, hold on. Does he like if I put him on like a job that has 3 empty slots, he'll just copy himself onto those slots? I mean, if any day is, gonna, make use of that, it's today.
Hello, Mario.
Hi, Infinite. How you doing? Things are shit right here today at fucking SDN. Because not only is our best friend in a coma, but our potential girlfriend might also get fired. So we're spread pretty thin right now. Wait, what angle should we use? Focus on facts or overhype the team. Overhype sounds good. Damn it. Z-haters. Dude.
I'm running late to the airport.
Dude, they're on there, and dude, they're not typing superheroes on the fucking internet right now. They're typing super shit right now. Okay, fine. They're typing super shit in the comments, dude.
Indeed.
Go. Go. Go, go, go. Nice, 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 nice. How you doing, Infinite, though? Hopefully your day's been going well. Play it safe. Wow, he's already ready to go again.
Chance to get payback. For Chase.
High injury risk. Entire Z team will get experience. Alright, well, we need some fighters, then. And I know just who to send, dude.
I'm going.
Go. We're gonna get him. I bring the fight to them and make them pay for what they did to Chase, or...
Okay. Listen, we need to play it safe. I don't want anyone else getting hurt.
Recon only. Find out what they're up to. Don't be seen. Don't want any more losses for the team. Well, this seems like good experience for you know, Mr. Man over here. Gollum. Flambe. Fuck him up.
Fine, I'll fucking say it. What if Chase dies? If you don't shut your mouth. What are you on about, lad?
Death is the end of every story.
That's, why? Even... Not talking about it won't make it go away, okay? These fucking babies.
If he dies, he'll be taken care of. That I can promise. How do you... I just did. Trust me.
Girl, what the fuck even are you?
She's a demon, dude. But listen, I trust her to take care of him if he dies. That much I trust her on. Alright, we need a little bit more intellect from her. Merciless Mercenary. Maxed out a hero, rank 10. I got sick from accidentally getting a piece of hot dog stuck in my windpipe yesterday, so not the greatest. Ouch. That sucks, dude. I'm sorry. Alright, we got the floodening coming back here. I need you right now, honestly.
Back to it.
Investigate what could be causing flooding in East Torres. Move quickly before flooding submerges houses. Yep, so Coop can't level up anymore. So if anything, I should probably send Water Boy over there too. Because we need speed and we need brains. So there you go. Alright, did he succeed? Get him! Get them! Get them! Let's go. Red Ring detained. Everyone leveled up, dude. Everyone except for... Wait, hold on. Oh, she can... Oh, she can get more skill points? Hold on. And probably just like one more skill point, though. There we go. Wait, rank 11? She can get more... Dude, she can get even better. What? Zach, are you sure? Are you sure about that? Also, thank you for the 20 stream streak, brother. I appreciate that. I will admit, though, that in terms of, like, food, hot dogs would be at the bottom of my list. That's just me. Let's see. What else would I want to level him up in? Probably, like, intellect, right? Huh? I thought it... Dude, Dude, she's simply that woman. She is that bitch. Right there. And we're gonna give him some more mobility. And some vigor, too. Yeah.
It's almost time for a 3-minute Oscar Mayer whiner break, my dudes.
Whiner break? Dude, Oscar Mayer wine sounds awful. That's straight hot dog juice in your friggin' martini, brother. That's straight hot dog juice right there. Vigor. Actually, no. Waterboy has the vigor. So if anything, she probably needs mobility. There we go. Good job. What the? Hey! It's not looking good. What can we do? Absorb the water, Waterboy.
Can handle this.
Is my name Waterboy? I mean, it's... Yes.
Huh? Hey! What are you doing?
Fuck, man. We said less water, not more.
Rescue the civilians and animals. Navigate the flood quickly. God damn it. Hey! Get back there!
We need backup down here. There's a mass pileup and the tanker caught fire.
That 3 minutes is gonna turn to 3 weeks real quick. LOL. It's... Alright, we gotta put it out quick. Alright, we gotta rescue the trapped civilians, and we gotta do it fast. Got it. Go. Go, go, go.
Huh? Oh, sure.
Alright, navigate the flood quickly. Go.
Yeah, confirmed it this morning. We're all good.
The room's booked.
Whatever. See you all there.
I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry. Booked a room for what? That is not what we need to be doing right now, y'all. Dude, you got it. Fire. Put out. And Flambe got another point. Good. Again, we'll put it into Vigor, just so he has that speed. Rather, mobility, I should say. Just so he has the speed. Rescue civilians and navigate quickly. Get back in there. Get back in there. Yes! Whew.
If you're trying to impress me, it's working.
Well, thank you, but my friend is dying, dude. Not much can really cheer me up right now. Yeah. Dude, the game tricked me into thinking that he was going to solve the problem, and it didn't. And he didn't. He didn't do it, man. Okay, I think Flambe's been caught up. With that, I am going to give Waterboy the intellect upgrade. Here we go.
Okay, team. Good shift, all things considered. See you tomorrow. Hopefully with some good news.
Well, I think the time has come, brother. We gotta make a choice. First, Twinkies. What the? What the? Hey!
Damn, you want farther than I thought. What are y'all looking at?
You've got a little.
Oh. Cheers, lad. Good looking out.
Hello,
What?
everyone. What's going on?
What's it look
Dude,
like?
he walks it off. He's built different.
That dumbass out the fucking door.
Okay, cool. Now that we got all of the details clear, why?
That's just a difference of opinion. I got heated, got in Golem's face. He had every right to punt me through the wall.
Right, it's a
Aw.
door, and I doubt you were actually in his face.
More like ankle, which made him easier to kick.
Aw.
We want her out.
We voted.
What?
It was nearly unanimous.
She shouldn't have done what she did. I think she should go, sir. Boss. Robert.
Who wants her to stay?
Just me. But she's more important than any one of us, so I won't stand in the way.
You could have led with that.
I feel the same as Golem. You all let me back in when you didn't have to. But I won't make you keep someone you want gone.
We heard about the
Dude.
suspension bullshit. It ain't enough, Robert. Not for what she did. To put everything we've been building at risk, and for what? I like the bitch, but she gotta go.
And by go, we mean cut. Just like you cut Sona. No one here wants to say it's also her. But that's what it is.
If I'm gonna stay consistent, if I'm going to stay consistent with this... Thank you. Ow. I gotta cut her, dude. The team... I mean, I said at the beginning, the team is more important than anyone's individual feelings or secrets. And, well, I was ready to pay for the consequences of me telling the team that I was Mecha Man. And if I want this team to continue to be strong, then... Damn it, dude. Damn it. I will be bitchless, won't I? What do we do, chat? What do we... What do I fucking do? What do I fucking do? I let her stay because I love the speech. You love the speech, huh? Well, I want to hear that speech, Zach. I want to hear it. Honestly, here's the thing. Cutting sonar was different because that wasn't my call, right? That wasn't my call. I only did that because I was told to do it by my higher-ups. I said from the beginning I wanted everyone in this team, right? And that includes INVISIGAL. She brings skills that everyone else doesn't have, all right? And ultimately, she wanted to, you know, do right by me. Okay? I'm gonna fucking keep her.
You've caught one of us already for far less. And
I cut you because I had no choice. I'm defending her.
to set a standard?
Look, I probably don't say this enough, but I'm proud of all of you. How far you've come. A few months ago, you wouldn't have been in a room like this discussing the needs of the Z team, and if you did, there'd be a lot more than one broken door.
I'm defending her.
But I'm not cutting INVISIGAL. We don't kick people when they're down. We lift them up, and I believe of her what I believe of all of you, that her heart is in the right place. It's what took us from being a team to being this weird, fucked up family.
Mm-hmm.
Look, you're hurting. Okay, I get it. I'm hurting. We are all hurting.
Plus Chase didn't have to save her. That was his decision. You know? Ultimately a decision that put him in a bad spot. But it was still his decision. You know? I don't know if he would want us to keep her, but I don't want his decision to be for nothing. You know? Like, if we cut INVISIGAL now, Chase's sacrifice will have meant nothing. You know?
Time to cast blame. It's the time to come together and heal.
We could have cut Flambe right there, but we didn't. Yeah. Morale has dropped. The Z team won't forget this. Morale has dropped.
Busy? Sorry, I can come back.
Why? First time we met, you were in your underwear. Fitting, right? Last time you see me, that I'd be in mine? I really do appreciate you defending me, but you shouldn't. Listen to your team. They don't want me here.
Stop, please. Hey, I don't want it to end like this. No, you went in knowing the risks. What you were willing to put on the line to help me. What you didn't know was what Chase was willing to put on the line for you. And so please don't throw all of that away by walking away from this. From us.
They're right. I don't deserve anyone's forgiveness. Anyone's help, anyone's love. Because I can never repay it. Nothing I do will ever make up for what I've already done to you. I'd hoped getting the astral pulse back would help, but I couldn't even do that.
Vizzy, you don't owe anyone anything, okay? Least of all me.
I was there that night.
What are you saying?
I never ran with crews. Always did my own thing, but my asthma was getting worse, and they had an augment that could increase my lung capacity. Only catch is I'd have to work for them, paying down for years.
So she was there from the beginning.
No! Then one day Shroud came to me and said I could have the whole deck cleared if I was able to do one thing. Place a bomb on the back of Mecha Man undetected.
No.
Good news, buddy. Shroud says he just wants the astral pulse, which we all know isn't really yours anyway.
She placed the bomb, didn't she?
I quit the moment I placed it. I walked out before it even blew. My augments conveniently stopped working. So I signed up for the Phoenix program the next day. Which gave me the chance to fuck your life up twice. You gonna say something?
Well, I forgive you. So there, will you fucking chill out now?
You can't fucking forgive me? You
You
haven't
can feel the regret.
processed what's going on.
You did villain shit while you were a villain. Does it change things that you directed at me? No, it doesn't. That's in the past. You're not the same person that was there that night, neither am I.
That's sweet, but I feel numb.
Hey, stop making this feel like a goodbye. Okay, you're suspended. It's temporary. I'm not letting anyone cut you.
All I wanted from this was for you to look at me the same way you look at Blazer. Even if it was just once, you know? That'd have been enough.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Yes. You do.
No, I really don't, actually. She's not my type. She's not my type, dude. Huh? Oh. Oh, that's how we're doing it, huh? Lean in. We're fucking doing it, brother. Alright, are we gonna do the fucking now? INVISIGAL will remember that. Dude. That sucks. This whole thing sucks. Honestly. I'm sorry, Chad. I don't care how long episode 8 takes. We were here for it.
Don't stay up too late.
We're here for it. We're here for all of it, okay? I don't care how long it takes. I got the whole night, brother. Let's do it. Press have a story that an STN hero got hurt last night. Can I tell them it was Trackstar? I want people to know that what Chase did, but I don't know how he'd feel. Or can I just say it was INVISIGAL? She was pretty messed up when we got to her, so it wouldn't be a lie. I just feel like... Fuck. Sorry. Never mind, I don't know. It was Trackstar, man. Tell the world how much of a hero Trackstar is. It's the least we can do. Feel the same way. Thank you. Hope you're doing okay. Dude. I feel like I completely fucked up here. Boys will do anything for pussy except treat their whole crew right.
I mean, I hope they all die.
Me. I'm men. Or bros. I don't know what I said first.
People should have the plug pulled right now. Just pillows over faces.
Oh man, have you seen what the poison does to their faces? They get all red and puffy.
What the?
All right.
I'm sorry. It's my fault. I've been distracting you.
Get me another drink. They smashed mine.
Sure. You all right? You seem perturbed.
Fuck. I know what's going on. Kid probably lost someone there. That's why he's been staring at that shit all night. Get him a drink on me.
Blonde blazer off her statement. Whoa! Hello.
This one's on me.
Aw. Well, thanks for the drink, brother.
Oh my.
Trackstar.
Come as no surprise that he was willing to put himself in danger to help a colleague in need.
I was fast, but now I'm old. Get fucked.
Cheers, fellas, to the fucking dream. To 5 minutes with the tightest ass in all of LA County.
So, are we gonna fight these guys?
Probably not, right? End up blowing air right up her butthole. What's up? You don't like asses?
We're gonna get him. Ooh!
Not as far as I was gonna take it. But good on you, kid. Let me replace that drink.
Robert stands up for women. Whoa!
I respect her. Blazer. Real fucking superhero. I know her in a villain bar, but have some class, you know.
They're all the Red Ring, aren't they?
Non-slip mats are a must.
You get what you fucking deserve, brother.
Need some for the hideout. Feels silly calling it a hideout.
They're all the Red Ring.
Can you take care of them for me? Obviously, you two don't need an introduction.
I've been
Huh?
waiting for this.
No!
Your dad, Chase, your little team of turncoats. You think you can beat the bad by being good, but there's no solving human nature. You can't stop evil. All you can do is control it.
This isn't working.
The Team Z situation is crazy.
This was your father's gun. Kept it in his locker, fully loaded. 6 shots. He couldn't have predicted I'd use it to kill him. The first bullet grazed his shoulder. I hadn't adjusted to the adrenaline spike. The second hit his upper chest. The third burst his heart. He was lying on the floor, eyes full of fear, when I put the fourth through his face. A bit of a waste to put the fifth through that idiot's skull, but I wanted to make sure it worked after all these years. Your father was the last person to touch this bullet. And now, there's a 16.5% chance it touches you next. Your invisible girlfriend stole my astral pulse to give it to you. Where the fuck is it? Mega Man. Heroes are the past. With the pulse, I'll control this city and restore balance.
I don't have it. Never did.
Oh, roulette.
I hate luck. Runs out.
If I had it, why'd I let you string me up like a fucking piñata? She didn't get the pulse.
You actually believe that? Show him. INVISIGAL has the pulse. That I know. What I don't know is why she didn't give it to you. She played you too. Here I am thinking she's working with you, but she's fucking us both. She didn't take it for you. She took it for herself.
No.
It's almost time for a 3-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
She fooled me too.
Fuck off, Bezos. So who's coming? Blonde Blazer.
The Blonde Blazer. I fired the bartender, but I can still get you something to drink.
No, thank you.
And to what do I owe the pleasure?
I'm here for him. In 5 minutes, this bar will be surrounded by SDN agents, heroes, and whoever else you and your ring have pissed off recently, which happens to be every gang in Los Angeles. Now, if...
Bullshit.
Not disrespect one of the last true heroes.
Man.
If they weren't shit, you wouldn't have cut them. You were saying...
I can see I'm outnumbered. That eventually I would fall. But by my read, I'm taking a lot of you with me.
No.
All of you can leave now. Or half of you can die here.
Now that's a fucking superhero. Chills. Top notch. You made them nervous. Okay, we're out of here. Take your piss-soaked pants out the back, please. Don't want to tempt this tiger. Now's not our time, Blazer. But it's coming sooner than you think. Oh. And by my calculations, it was closer to 32%. But half sounds better.
How'd you find me?
I tracked your phone. Sorry.
I'll never forgive you. Ugh.
Don't worry. I've got you. He really tenderized you. Are you sure he's right about INVISIGAL?
Yeah. I saw the footage.
What is her play? Why wouldn't she tell you if she has it? I don't understand what she would want it for unless she's trying to keep you out of the suit.
She's planning something. Just don't know what.
I don't see the angle.
You're probably right. Just need to sit here for like a few weeks, then I'll be right as rain.
Take your time. I don't know how you're conscious.
See, when the pain's constant, it's easier to get used to.
Well, I'm not going to let us go to ad break.
That goes for physical and emotional. Ow. Really is nice up here. Thank you. Don't remember if I've thanked you before, but...
About 50 times. You were muttering it the whole flight.
No.
You should know I was going to take you to the actual Hollywood sign. Not as sturdy as you...
Uh-oh. Not Mike's garage. The sonar return is crazy. I knew it, dude. I knew it. I knew he was gonna get involved somehow. What? Giant dude, Chernobyl's back. The Chernobyl dick is back.
You're not leaving me here again.
Call it Mike's cars. The radioactive penis situation is crazy. Wow. Chat, chat. I realize that going the distance on this would probably take us past the 4-hour mark, but I'm locked in on this. I want to see the end of this. You and 68 of players refused to cut INVISIGAL. You and 73% of players forgave INVISIGAL. And you and 80% of players lean into INVISIGAL's kiss. Dude, you and 60% of players chose Twinkies. You and 53% of players glassed the bartender. And you and 97% of players rescued Gollum from himself. You and 79% of players chose to go all out against the Red Ring. Your most sent hero was Flambe. He finally caught up. You performed better than 20% of players in today's shift, and you activated a hero's powers 21 times. You barely succeeded a call 2 times. Chat, I am... Is that Phenomenon back there? I'm stunned still. We need to see the end of this, chat. SDN understands that channels of communication should always be kept open and flexible. The open door policy provides a means by which employees can raise concerns and make suggestions. He's good for the last episode. I'm so good for it, brother. I'm so good for it. I need to see the end of this. In the final episode, Synergy.
Where are the cheaters, my dudes?
Rob rolls on after this. Get the Family Guy thing on your phone!
All you have to do is text Peter 1 to 75555. Or you want Peter laughing?
Which one are we texting for the final episode, brother?
Send Peter 2. Text Peter 3 for giggity, giggity, giggity. Peter 4 for unfreaking believable. Peter 5 for there's an evil monkey in my closet. And for bird is the word. Peter 6 to 75555. Or go to Jamster.com, subscribe to get up to 20 products like games for $9.99 a month. Remember, it's Jamster.com.
I'm working for an hourly wage. I went to high school, didn't do great. Still I got
Peter 6. I know Infant's still texting Peter too. I'm texting Peter 5. Oh, you're changing up on me, huh? You're changing up on me here in the final episode, huh? I'll be back.
Education connection, match me with the right college for free. Get connected for free. With education connection. Get connected for free. With education connection.
Are you being audited? And do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more?
Gotta get a different tone. I hear you, brother. I understand that Peter 1 can, rather Peter 2 can get pretty fucking tedious.
Is here to help you negotiate your tax bill and reduce your stress. The IRS can freeze your assets and seize your bank accounts, but you can stop these IRS actions. The Tax Doctor will work with you using our year.
Huh? Hey! You come back here! Tax Doctor, you get back here right now! Dude, why the fuck is this one the one that gets bugged the most? But honestly, I have something to talk about when we get back, and it's a really cool thing, or rather, it's a really, like, cool theme I like about this game. Now, what the hell? The Tax Doctor's gonna be a $5 YouTuber bait stream game any day. Dude, absolutely. It'll be like Water Park Simulator and all that type of shit. Absolutely.
Nom nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
So, the reason why I like this, chat, and why the sonar turn is actually crazy, right, is that he is the product of the failures of SDN, right? Hold on. Anyways, welcome back to Raw. Will it be time to kill or be like Batman? I don't know, man. I think we need to fucking, I don't know. We need to figure out when we get there. But no. The main thing is, under a system like SDN, which is primarily profit-driven...
More like GTFO from my Cheetos funds, you damn bureaucrats.
The reason why is that Sonar was cut because he wasn't providing SDN with enough value, right? Which completely goes against the whole point of the Phoenix program, right? The Phoenix program is meant to rehabilitate villains. It's not necessarily, on paper at least, it's not necessarily about how much, you know, a teammate can provide. You know? But taxes pay for government services, homunculus. Okay, but do they pay for Cheetos benefits? Sonar does not fit in with this bad group. No! He looks like a total poser. But that was what was left for him because of SDN, right? I maintain that I would not have fired anyone if I was given the choice to not fire anyone, right? If I was given the choice to just keep everybody, then I would have kept everybody, right? But I had my back against the wall and I had no choice. So I chose Sonar. But the only reason Sonar is in this position is because he was given a chance to change. And yet, because of corporate interests, that chance was taken away from him. Yeah? So Sonar's story, even though he's kind of being presented in kind of a, I don't want to say comic relief way, but in like a pathetic way. It's very sad in that way, you know? Because the point is, as long as there are corporate capitalistic interests involved, a program like the Phoenix program, a team like the Z team, cannot exist and thrive. Rather, it can't exist and meet its full potential. Yeah? And that's why I think that Sonar's heel turn is brilliantly done. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. All right, here we go, chat. The finale. Will our team be there to help us, or have we put them off by keeping INVISIGAL? Catman, what are you gonna do about this? Dude, what the hell is the Catman gonna do about, you know, LA burning down because of supervillains? Pretty sure this right here is the stinky cat I was talking about at the beginning. Whiskey? This is Tonal Whiplash. Dispatch. What are you doing, man? Get that coffee out of your face.
Your lifesaver.
Well, how are we gonna do this, brother?
Multiple augmented villains breaking containment.
Dispatch all available heroes in the area.
Boss, we don't have any heroes in the area.
Can you handle things here?
Step
We're overrun out there, and
Manga Common!
into the field for us to have.
Well, hold on. Thank you very much, Manga. I appreciate that. I appreciate you rating in. Thank you so much, my friend. How are you doing on your stream? Did you have fun with whatever you were doing? I'm sorry. I'm very locked into this shit from Dispatch right now, so I need to shift gears. Hi, my name's GirafaStev. I'm the president of the Lawboy Club. I'm the very long and large enjoyer of games, wrestling, invisible women, and my sticky cat. Tonight we are playing Dispatch. We are on the final episode 8, Synergy. Everything is going to shit right here in this game, but what I primarily do is wrestling games. I play a lot of wrestling games, other sports titles. I also do like role-playing games, strategy games. I've just had this in my, like Steam library, and I just really wanted to play it because this is something I've been wanting to play for like a long time, and I felt like it would be a good thing to sort of do on stream, which it is. It's been a hell of a lot of fun. It's been an emotional roller coaster of a game. This is probably one of my new favorite indie games. So, and I will definitely be playing it a second time. I can't watch this since I still need to play this game. Bye. Aw, Sean. Okay, well, thank you for the follow, Sean. You're now a member of the Long Boy Club for life. Manga comment if you need to raid and run. That's absolutely fine. Hi, Headway. There he is! And Ollie's behind me. Oh, well, that's okay, Sean. I appreciate the follow anyways. Thank you. We are going to continue this. Thanks, I'm gonna get me a meatloaf sandwich. Awesome. And we end Oliver! Ah! It looks like Oliver's trying to help Henry feed himself. Have a good time with my audience. Thank you. And to Manga Commons Raiders, if you could give me a follow, if you enjoy wrestling and sports-related stuff, I would really appreciate that, because we are trying to get to 1,000 followers this year. If we get there, you will unlock 1K Mania, which will be a Wrestling Empire simulated wrestling show where we will book dream matches and celebrate this lovely community. So yeah, I would really appreciate the follow. Here we are.
Yeah, just promise that you come back, okay? I got enough trauma.
I promise.
Oh shit, the tablet.
Keep an eye on the feed.
All right. Here we go. It's time.
My typing not the best, but you look like you can use the help.
We can use whatever you can give.
Let's do it. Oh, that's so cute. All right, here we go. Wow.
Oh, shit. Is this it?
What you mean is this it? Bitch, you know what time it is.
Sorry. I didn't mean it like that. Thanks for getting out of bed, or whatever you were up to.
Yeah, I think I'll need to fall asleep, so...
Wow.
Are you gonna finish your sentence, big man?
Shit, I thought I did.
We need to be smart.
We should have the rest of the team trickling in, so we'll have to make do for now. Lucky for us, we got the best 3 heroes on the roster.
We all know you'd say the same shit about whoever was here.
We all know, then there's no reason to point it out.
Look alive. We just gotta hold it down until the cavalry arrives.
Okay, but just so y'all know, I don't know if I'm making memories right now.
Not about making memories, it's about saving the city, big guy. Low morale.
Jumping Jesus! Red Ring swarming all over the fucking city!
First things first, yes, half the team is missing. Let's fix that immediately. Next, LA is on fire. Okay, we'll work on that. Third thing, fucking Red Ring is oozing out of every crack in the city.
Damn, dog, that's a lot of things.
It is a lot of things, but nothing we can't handle. So, I need you guys to focus. Shit's only gonna get worse if you don't. You with me?
I guess.
Great.
There's a suspicious package outside of City Hall. Please send someone to investigate.
Determine whether the package is a threat and dispose of it safely.
Fucking rocks.
Go. Go. Catch your experiment.
Released an experiment from containment. It's a, big thing with claws.
Dude.
Is that what we pay SDN for? We're not evacuating.
Convince and prove there are no other alternatives. Go!
Red Ring's at Kryptonite. Doppel's out there already, but there's too many, even for him.
Clear the Red Ring goons out of Kryptonite. Alright, brother. Go. So, like, is this just what we're dealing with for the rest of this fucking playthrough? Most of the team's morale is just cooked now? This is gonna be tough, dude. This is going to be so tough.
Robert, see that bar on the top left? That's Torrance, or what's left of it. We need to stop the Red Ring before they wipe us off the map. All right, everyone. You should get live updates on the state of the city. Let's kick some Red Ring ass.
All right. Gollum, give me something, brother. Something, anything. Nice! It's all about It's all about just maintain it. You can do it. And we don't have a lot of intellect right now, so you go do it. Alright. I sent the best guy for this. Nice job!
Gotta keep pushing.
Alright, what do we need for this? Track down the escaped creature experiment and capture it without harming it. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. Which one is the fastest out of you three? We have... The fastest one is Prism. Alright. So here's what's gonna happen, chat. Here's what's gonna happen. Gollum. Get that coffee in you, brother.
Good to go.
Get that coffee in you. We're gonna friggin' go. Once Prism rests up, I need you to go with her.
Oh. What's it gonna be this time?
Go. What the?
Trackers freaking out.
Well, do that hacking thing that you do.
Okay, fine. Hold on, team. I just need to narrow down the tracker's location. Oh boy, we're gonna be timed on this, huh? Zach, when are we gonna be timed on this? We're on the last episode and I've seen no time.
What the
Damn
hell?
Come on. Nice. Alright, we need to track it.
Warmer.
Alright, we are recalibrating our target.
Nearly there.
Here we go.
It was Flambe's.
Flambe's been found. Wait, do we have him on the roster now?
Be careful. We don't know what's going on in the refinery or what's happening to Flambe.
Well, then what the fuck are we waiting for?
I'm waiting for someone, dear God, anyone to get out there. I mean, you were timed last episode, so I think you'll be timed from now on.
I was on Do Not Disturb. Anyway, what'd I miss? Oh, not much. Just the end of the fucking world. Good to know. I reckon we're gonna try and put a stop to that. Get your ass in gear, babe. We're putting in some mad OT.
Go get it. Dude, almost everyone on the team has low morale right now. Flambe, get your ass back here, man. No. Damn it. Okay.
We've got several 487s at the mall. Civilians, not Red Ring.
All right, fend off armed looters. Put an end to it before they swiftly escape. All right, well.
I love a symmetrical stage picture.
Go!
Shit. Signals split. Can't look for them at the same time. Gotta pick one to track first.
Which one are we gonna track? Hold on. Flambe, I need you to be good to go. Locate Coop's tracker.
We won't survive much longer.
Coop is gonna be better. Yeah, we're not gonna survive much longer if we don't have Coop with us.
Nearly got you, Coop.
Oh, man. Okay. Oh, man. Okay.
Stay with me. Get it together.
No! Dude, do I need to find it again? I think I'll need to find it again. Nope, it's all the way over there, brother. Oh, I trapped it! I trapped it!
Got him.
Alright, Coop. Coop!
Looks like they've got Coop over at the yacht club.
Why the fuck they take her there? She hates the ocean.
Alright, locate Coop at the yacht club. She's on a boat being launched out into sea. We've got to get her out fast before she's too far out.
Not in my city.
Go!
If she's dead, we're definitely fucked.
Nice.
Did I win?
You won. You won all the marbles. Wow. Big winner, brother. All right, we need more. I don't even know what we need more of. Damn it. Okay, I'm gonna give her some more speed. Sewer bomb.
Downtown, we need someone to defuse it immediately.
Shit. Damn it. Colin, you're gonna need to go, brother. Chicken butt, go.
Hey, need a hand?
Busy.
Uh-huh. You've got a lot of explaining to do.
Look, I fucked up. Bad. Really, really bad. But can we please leave the being pissed at me for after we save the goddamn city?
For real?
Hey, lay off her, man. She's here to help, so just let her help.
No bullshit. We need all the help we can get.
Coop, you're back. But everyone is.
You fucking survived this, so we can all be pissed at you together.
No promises. She looks pretty bleak out there, but I'll do my best.
That's more than enough.
Gollum, defuse the bomb. Holy shit. Gollum, you're goated. Dude, requesting ass assistance? Located water boy on a speeding train that's about to crash. Pull him out and rescue him. We need the whole team here with us, dude. Go! Get him!
My way. Cool?
We need all hands on deck and our trainees are pissing themselves. Can someone help me out?
Sweet talker! It's been forever since I've seen you, and reassuring the trainees that no one should die. Alright, did you get him? Woo!
Too easy.
Good job. Almost everyone on the team has low morale except for Gollum and INVISIGAL. Join Sweet Talker in reassuring the trainees that no one has to die. There we go.
What is going on?
They just go to the back of the building. Wait, hold on. Try a Team Z inspirational speech. Dude, we got it. We got that shit on lock. Ah! Miss Forks. I don't think I've seen you here in ever. Actually, how are you doing? We're playing Dispatch.
Hello, Mario.
Miss Forks, how are you doing?
Everything hurts. Even my socks. Sam, you look like, shit.
You just got rescued. Do not play with me right now.
God damn it. I'm sober again.
Man. Oh no. We don't have enough hands, dude. Omni-Man. Omni-Man. Phenomena-Man. Fuck.
What's your name, Phenomena-Man? Hey, Phenomena-Man. No, I'm good.
Fucking Omni-Man.
Unfortunately, I signed up for the monthly Melon subscription to save 10% on.
Wait, Omni-Man is in this? That's not Omni-Man. That's fucking Phenomena-Man. I don't know why, dude. I don't know why, but I had Invincible on the mind for a second. Listen, Superman, Omni-Man, Phenomena-Man, they're all gonna fight at Thanksgiving dinner, okay? They're all interchangeable.
11 months remain.
That's great.
I changed my name a few months ago. Hello.
City.
It does sound better than 10% of $822.
Holy shit, that's a lot of money. Look, doesn't matter. Galen, can you just help him get into the hero pool?
Yes, sir. I save on shipping by delivering it myself.
That sounds not worth it.
Get in there, Phenomena-Man. Phenomena-Man. Misspelled it.
Greetings and salutations. I have left the company of my far superior team to assist you. You may call me Phenomena, or that is my name.
Yeah, I think everyone here knows who you are, man.
Phenomenon-man. I'm a big phenomenal man fan.
Is that the wet janitor who shakes violently like a small, frightened animal?
Oh my god! He knows who I am.
Aw. Well, he's cute. Oh my god!
Chaos just summoned their god through human sacrifice.
Apprehend the cultists, get them before the ritual is complete. Alright. So, we have a roster of 9 people to send here.
Stadium's on fire. We're suspecting explosives. We need backup.
The stadium is in flames. Put out the fires quick. Alright, well I know just who to send.
Artist.
Go!
Artist?
Escape artists. Get me on my jet. Right now. Fuck this shit. You know what? Fuck you, man. We have to rescue them. Get them out of there before it's too late. Before the ritual is complete. Hold on.
The DTLA branch are all accusing each other of being Red Ring spies.
Break up the ongoing SDN superheroes.
I got this shit.
Nothing beats the original, but this will have to do.
Alright, go. Phenomena-Man. You're going solo, brother. Go!
Superhero backup requested. Giant monster on
Ah!
It's tearing the pier apart. Holy shit.
Take down.
I'm ready.
Go.
Fucking rocks.
Take down the enraged kaiju, destroy the pier. I thought you adopted this guy! Go, I thought you adopted the kaiju! That looks like a bad idea now, huh?
Right now. Fuck this shit.
Okay, fine. Go! Please. Only 50%. Ah!
Shake it off and keep going.
Dude. And he's depressed.
On the inside. My outside was always so strong.
And he's depressed. Ah! Rally them against the real enemy. Charisma. Go.
peep.
Oh my gosh. You're making Omnium Man depressed. The city's on fire! I understand that can be depressing, but I need you to lock in, brother. I need Phenomenon Man to lock the fuck in. Utopia? Dude, FEP's back. Dude, he's back on his bullshit with fucking Wisconsin. I'm actually gonna give him some more combat. There you go. Come on. Oh, nice. Put it out. What the? Oh, wow. That's insane. Okay, well, max synergy made. Great.
The university's security system was triggered, and we've got students locked inside.
Okay, well, hold on. Attack it with everything you got. Right, the kaiju has a red ring collar around its neck. They must be controlling it. Attack it with everything you got. Go. Nice. Good job.
You can't say you're not impressed. You can't. I mean, you can, I just won't believe you.
Go! Okay, good. Alright, you got good mobility now. Good job. Alright, I'm gonna just kind of run the clock out here. I'm gonna run the clock out to make sure that when I press it, we're gonna have, you know, as many heroes as we can that are ready to go once we, you know, get this, you know, hacking minigame done. Go! Oh yeah, I didn't know Karlak. Dude, listen. The best... I've learned recently that the best games of all time, they have big muscle demon moms. And Malevola's definitely one of them. It's just a fact of life. If you have a big muscle demon mom, then your game is better. Let's see. Hold on. Yeah, we need to hustle it up here. Shit, dude. Oh wait, hold on. Hold on. We got this. What? Okay. I'm actually really stressed right now, chat. You're all good. I'm good. I'm all right. Nice. Unlock the doors and the exits for the students. They're rescued.
Great.
LA County.
Well, that's a lot of ground to cover.
Because fuck us, right? Fucking cow shite. Okay then. I see how it is.
Omni-Man, I need you to...
Seeing this shit? What is that?
Whatever it is, it sounds like more shit.
No. What's out there?
Yo, Z-Team! Been a while.
Huh?
And you brought Red Ring back up. A lot of Red Ring back up.
Sona, what the actual fuck?
Guess what, Blazer? I'm off the diet plan. Shroud lets me eat whoever I want.
Yeah, that's not the flex you think it is.
Don't worry. You and me'd always gave him indigestion anyways.
If we want to save this city, we need to take Sonar down. Without him, the Red Ring will scramble.
Hit him. Too scared to send Blazer? Dude. Interrogate Sonar's crew. Intimidate Sonar's crew. And subjugate Sonar's crew. Alright. We have to send the big guns, then.
Boy, you gonna match my freak.
Literally every fucking day.
Go. Punch up, I don't care. You just gotta go, brother.
Time I acted like it.
Ugh, that's the most beta shit you ever said.
I know, he's awful, man. Oh, wait, you had to attack the hot furry. Listen, you don't want this furry force. He's a fucking chud. Okay? You do not want this one. He's a chud. Hold on. Can I heal you?
A valuable lesson in uncertainty.
Actually, you don't need healing, it looks like. But your morale is down. How? How is your morale down, dude? You've only just joined this team like 10 minutes ago. Fine, I'll stick with Bat. Well, Sonar's a big part of this last dispatch. Yeah, we need to take him down, dude. For sure, we gotta take him out. Alright, bust the turret's terrors. And secure the Red Ring tech.
Dirt just dropped.
New dirt? Wow. So this is a sewer bomb.
This time in the south side.
Defuse the bomb.
Close your eyes.
Wait, who has the most brains?
This is wow. Scary.
I actually trust her to do it. I trust her to do it more.
Shit. More ground to cover.
Go! You can do it!
Hey, Robbie, heads up.
God damn it. Red Ring's put up a roadblock. Let's fucking tear it down.
Brace yourselves for the oncoming fire and attacks. Alright, what do we have?
Although I understand there are higher priorities for SDN at this moment, Vanderstink's girlfriend is demanding a coffee from Santa Monica be brought to Vanco.
Deliver a large iced matcha green tea latte with oat milk, 2 pumps vanilla syrup, 1 pump white mocha sauce, strawberry puree topped with caramel drizzle, light ice for Vanderstink's girlfriend. Listen. I will eat you after this. I will, you know how they say eat the rich? I'm eating you after this. Get fucked, dude. He can get that coffee himself. I'm gonna get that coffee and drop a big freaking log in it, dude. No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Get out of here. Alright, Red Ring's giving out tech like it's candy. Gang is arrested. See? See, INVISIGAL's pulling her weight. Okay? She's pulling her weight. She could do this. Oh, damn. Did you... Hold on. Did you do it? Did you do it?
Fucking way. Well done.
Incredible work, guys. Okay. We need more charisma for you. Ah, damn. Okay. So this is a sewer bomb. Defuse it. Bomb defused. Good job. Go back.
We've got
East Side gang.
here with Red Ring Tech.
I don't feel confident in sending Phenomenon to anything right now, dude.
Robert, got any Z-teamers nearby? I need help with evacuation.
Escorting carry injured civilians that cannot move themselves. This is like a job for Phenomena, man. But I also want to save people for, like, you know, big things. Alright, bust the East Side gang. Hold on. Alright, which one has the most time? Alright, destroy the Red Ring's roadblock of stolen police cars, fire trucks, and tanks. Brace yourself for the oncoming fire and attacks.
Still ready to rock, baby.
You can do it.
Did you know that every time the city grows, it becomes larger?
Bust the East Side gang, secure the Red Ring tech. Help Pom Pom. Carry injured civilians that cannot move themselves. Dude, INVISIGAL might have to be the one we send there. Wait, hold on. Coffee No, you know what? Fuck Vanderbilt. Or Venderstank. I don't know. I don't care what your name is.
Maybe we let you all live.
How about... No.
Let's rip him up.
Right, remain strong through his attacks. Fight monster sonar. You know what? I'll give you Coop. Oh, fine, I'll give you your fucking latte.
Rest is for the weak. Shall I strike elsewhere?
You know what? Fuck it. I'll give you your frickin' latte.
Feels like a punishment. I work better alone.
Honestly, it kinda is. Sorry about that. Alright, we have...
Swift as
this. Remain strong through his bombs and stuff.
Somebody else for Hellfire?
Dodge his dive bombs. We need to fight him. This is not good, dude.
You made a good idea when you did that.
No, I don't want to send someone with... Are y'all DoorDash now? DoorDash in the middle of a war on LA. This is great, honestly. Exactly what I fucking wanted, dude.
Graceful, but deadly.
Hold on. You know what?
Fresh as a daisy.
I trust you guys. Go get him. Alright, destroy it. Nice! Help Pom Pom.
It's fucking rules.
I have a feeling that this is going to be a good idea.
Finally. I was getting sick of flying over the same boring buildings. Now I've got two boring buildings to look at.
No. We got a Red Ring gang with each of them. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Can I, am I ready for this?
You are! Go!
Probably me.
Besides,
Wait! Phenomena! Dude! Hold on!
What level is that?
Hold on. Wait, hold on.
Thanks, man.
What's the bet?
Last one left alive when all this shit goes straight to hell.
Well, aren't you just optimistic? Thank you very much, INVISIGAL. Come on. Nice! Phenomena Man Waterboy did it. Good job. Waterboy, what did you level up in? I am going to give him just a little bit more vigor, and that should be good for him. Cool. Dude, almost everyone is fully leveled up. Okay. Incredible work.
I'm perfect.
You know what? You're coming around real fast, brother. Good job.
On fuego.
Come on. Come on, you guys are the best. The best team. The best team. They got it. Good job. Dude, Dude, imagine Coop in this freaking predicament. She would be so...
Scared to send Blazer?
It's not that, brother.
Found the distributor.
And you know it.
It's Mr. Fister.
Defeat Mr. Fister? Yeah, Flambe is actually, like... Dude, Flambe's actually goated right now. I cannot lie.
I'm about to make your job a whole lot easier.
Alright, we need to subjugate or we need to intimidate. One of the two.
Right by the roadblocks weaken the bridge. Guess we'll just have to hold it up ourselves.
Defeat Mr. Fister? Phenomenon, you do it. If anyone could do it, it's Phenomenon. Go do it.
Hey, that Red Ring creep Smilemore took over the radio station. She's trying to brainwash the citizens.
With her red ring with her red ring implant, Smilemore is able to convince her enemies of anything. Only someone with strong mental fortitude can overcome her tricks. Mental fortitude, huh? Well, I got a good hero for that. Hurry to the Taurus Bridge before it collapses. Lend your strength to Brick House to hold the bridge up.
Not making any promises.
We need someone with defense and speed. I'm sorry, I'm trying, okay? Lend your strength. Best we got, honestly.
As long
Go.
as we steer clear of that one laundromat I'm banned from, this will be fine.
No coffee. Malevola. Right, interrogate, intimidate, and subjugate is what we need. This is going to be tough, I feel like. So we need to interrogate and subjugate right here. But no, man, did you get him? Very cool to have a mission that involves fighting that is fucking failed by fighting too much. Alright, Phenomenon, you go back.
No one's in danger.
Housing crisis.
For this service. What else could possibly be keeping you?
New gated community has been set ablaze. No civilians are in immediate
It's
danger. Go
almost time
fuck
for a
yourself,
3-minute
man.
Cheetos break, my dudes.
Go fuck yourself. I probably should have said Phenomenon for that. With her red ring implants, convince her. Only someone with strong mental fortitude could do this.
I like what you see anyway.
To convince her enemies of anything.
I'll give her something to smile about.
Go do it. The fuck? Why is the neighborhood watch? Why is the neighborhood watch mobilizing against the Red Ring? Protect the well-meaning but defenseless and weak civilians against their overpowered enhanced opponents. Protect. Okay. All right. Got it. We got to protect.
Ma'am? Okay, you have to stop calling me that.
Wait.
The fuck? Why is the neighborhood watch mobilizing against the Red Ring?
I just have a feeling.
Sweating again. Am I? That tracks.
Actually, hold on. I have a better idea.
I got this shit.
Oh, dang.
It's break time. Where
Ah,
are the
damn it.
Cheetos, my dudes?
Squishy, stretchy,
Hold on.
and transforms almost anything.
Floam! Dude, Floam jump scare.
That's the way you floam it. Look, now you can turn anything into a fabulous floam creation. Transform.
I never got this.
Into a fierce floam T-Rex. Turn this ordinary toy car into a Floming fast dragster. Or change this plain dollhouse into a Flome-tastic mansion. Flome sticks to almost anything. And when you're done, squish it back and start all over, or let it harden and keep it forever. Look, clay is messy and hard to start, but Flome turns fun into a work of art. Check it out. Tiny foam microbeads magically stick together and form to any shape you want. Now craft fancy Flome to wear.
I'm like locked in super crazy right now, chat.
Volcano of Flome. Plus, mix and match colors for any design you can imagine. Create a stylish jewelry case or a funky Flome vase. Foam your pencils so they're cool, or show some spirit at school. Make costume masks, even Flome rainbow glass. Take Flome outside and the fun will go on.
I'm glad that my Gen Z fucking followers, along with me, remember stuff like this, because I doubt that, like, the majority of us would. Otherwise. I doubt that the majority of the community would remember otherwise.
Plus a Flome model making guide for just $19.95. And that's not all. Make the Flome call right now. And as a special bonus,
make the Flome call right now, huh?
Hold on. For a limited time, when you order from TV,
that's sick, dude.
Double-sized tubs of Flome in every color, free. Double the Flome means double the fun for the same low price. And for even more Flome adventures, ask the operator about our Jumbo Family Fun Pack. Flome, it's fun you can feel. Call now.
You can call 1-800-852-2200 and order the complete Flome kit with 4 double-sized tubs and the model.
Yeah, sonar's becoming a huge issue. We need to go and deal with them.
852-2200 must be 18 or older.
We need to go and deal with him quickly. Once we're back from the break. Yeah, I was so locked in I didn't even know an ad was coming. Yeah. This is tough, I'm not gonna lie. Dude, I got the fucking... Dude, I got Vandersnatch's girlfriend a latte, but I didn't save the friggin' database or whatever the heck it is. I don't even remember what that call was for, but I remember I was just scoffing at it, like, no, I'm not doing that. Fuck you.
Nom nom. Oh, excuse me.
All right,
back,
welcome
my
back to
dudes.
Raw. We saved the civilians, I think. No, please. Nice. Come on. Good. Defeat Smile More. Smile More is no longer smiling. Yeah, he was, but we got him. All right, hold on. Ah, dang. Combat. Vigor. Vigor, I think, is pretty good. Wait, hold on. The civilians are headed towards their doom. There's no way they can hail the Red Ring. Aid them in the fight. Aid them in the fight seems like it would be good. Nice. Got him. Civilians won. Nice. All right, synergy is up.
Ready, set, fire.
We need...
Then they gotta go solo dolo when it count the most.
We're just failing slower.
That's how I feel, bro. They got us spread thin, bro. Hitting us everywhere. Can't get a win no kind of way.
You're right. Hey, listen up. This isn't working.
This is what they want. Okay, to send us to every corner of the city, spreading us thin, forcing us to travel back and forth. No more coming back to base between calls.
Okay, we stay out for as long as we can.
The plan is for us to get more tired than we already are.
This is what Shroud does.
He knows our procedure, so he's predicting our moves. So, we need to switch it up, be less predictable. Z-Team, what happens today will live on and...
Alright, we get
And then, first pattern we break will be the one where we say some inspiring shit or try to at least.
Affirmative on that. Be careful out there, team.
Let's do it. Get him.
Where's Blazer? Just want to talk.
You know what?
Laugh at death. What's wrong?
Interrogate and subjugate. Hold on. Well, if it...
So can I have a drink?
No.
Oh, I got these dickheads.
Actually, better idea.
No worries.
Go.
I really thought we had something, guys.
Oh, listen, dude. You can't really have too much when you're doing this.
We're just visiting from Canada. We have no part in this. Please let us off the plane.
Destroy all Red Ring automatons and reach the civilians before the automatons do.
Swift as the night, sharp as my knife.
All right. Hold on. There, that's better. Go.
Team's gonna stop us? That's rich.
Well, watch this. Center J, go. No. Damn it.
You know, if you give up now, maybe we'll only kill some of you.
Hold on.
Thanks.
Wait. You know what?
Hand over the bitch who stole my job.
Well, at least you know that. Alright, fight monster sonar, remain strong, and dodges dive bombs. Go!
I'm the alpha. Time I acted like it.
You're fuck.
That's the most beta shit you ever said.
Dude, you're actually awful. Hit Beefcake hard and hit him fast.
Wait, Beefcake? Didn't we fight her last week? She was the one attacking the Frigo's base.
Call me a bogo bitch.
Enhanced durability. Hit Beefcake hard and hit him fast. Go. Alright, cool. Well, I need to keep track of where they are. Dude, this is a whole new layer. I need to keep track of, like, where my team is at all times. Now.
Red Ring has attacked the Vincent Thomas Bridge and is now escaping on the USS Iowa. Need assistance in the pursuit.
Escaping. Seize them before they get away. Well, that's gonna be tough.
Not a plan, but we need backup. We could actually turn this around.
Red Ring automatons. Construct a trap to help dwindle numbers.
Sure. I'm willing.
Go. And we're spread super thin now. Alright, enhanced durability. Come on. You can do it. No, you can't do it. Fuck, dude. Whoa.
What is this?
Huh?
Wait a second.
Ah!
Slumming it with the Phoenix program.
Oh, damn, Blazer's here.
It's funny. I see you in trouble, and I just can't help myself.
Well, that's great because I'm in deep shit pretty much constantly.
I was not expecting to see my former lover at a time like this.
You had to make it weird, brother. You just had to make it weird, didn't you? Dude! Blonde Blazer is here! Holy shit! Radiant light.
Watch me burn.
Come on, get wet! The automatons are almost here. We need to think fast. Get
You can set the trap.
Please. She saved us there, dude. Let's go! Good job, man. You stay over there. Fight monster sonar. Dream team. Dream team. Stop! Good job. Bridge rescue. All right, rescue civilians before the bridge collapses.
Graceful, but deadly.
No! No. Interrogate Sonar's crew and subjugate him. Your team will fail this scenario.
Need a break anyway.
Alright, Blonde Blazer, you're gonna need to go. Go get him.
Yo, Robbie, I want my tie back. So I can, you know, choke you with it.
Nope.
Nope. That max synergy is coming in clutch. I know! Seize them before they get away. Go!
Help! We're trapped on the bridge!
Alright, rescue the civilians.
Nothing beats the original, but this will have to do.
Go!
Robert,
Busy?
I'm not good at, like, sappy shit.
I had no idea.
If we don't make it, I just wanted to say... Can you wipe my hard drive for me? There's some shit on there that really shouldn't see the light of day.
Well, Blonde Blazer doesn't...
You can thank me personally after we survive this.
No, you're only getting it out of me once.
Close your eyes. You're not gonna like what you see anyway.
Yeah, you guys are gonna be much more useful down there. Yeah, the max synergy is coming in super clutch right now. Stop bouncing! Stop bouncing around, thank you.
Slowed it down though, great job.
Okay. I'm gonna give him some more vigor. This isn't a very smart pairing, but we don't need them to be.
On fuego.
The Red Ring are escaping the USS Iowa. Seize them. Pursue the Red Ring. USS Iowa is secured. Dude. Dude, Coop might be doing this on her own.
They're firing down at civilians!
Oh my god.
Let's take that copter out now.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. Hold on, let's see what they do with sonar first. Success will reduce sonar's forces. Come on. Get up there. Get up there.
We might just pull this off.
One more will do it.
One last push!
Yes!
I expect a key to the goddamn city after this.
Give him everything you've got. With pleasure, brother. Give him everything you've got. With pleasure, brother. Hold on. Chase out of the helicopter.
Guess what?
Chicken butt. Give him all you've got, brother.
Great idea.
Actually, hold on. Blonde Blazer. And...
What's happening?
You guys do it. Go.
Where's Blazer? Just want to talk.
You're go. You know what?
Love a symmetrical stage picture.
Oh,
what's it going to be this time?
Sonar, you're finished. You, my friend, are finished.
Word on the street is, I'm about to make your job a whole lot easier.
Get him. All right, we got to the chopper. Now. Cool. Great.
Not bad. Could be better.
Literally, that could not have been better. That is 100% accuracy, dude. Come on. Dude, everything we've got. No. Yes! He's toast.
No fucking way.
Hello,
Well done.
Mario. They're toast.
Team. Couple more calls and we're...
No gas, no brakes, baby. We protected LA. I haven't played this game, but every time I hear Sonar, I can't unhear Critical. He literally just uses his normal voice.
Critical systems are down. Please evacuate the building. This is not a drill.
Backup generator?
Should already be on.
Chase.
What the? What's Chase doing? Also, hi. Also, hi, Soul. I've been really locked into this, so I've not been very chatty. But hello, welcome on into tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. But no, Critical just uses his normal voice for this shit. Aww. Goodness gracious me. That probably would have been much better if, you know, morale wasn't down. Oh boy. Dude, he's gonna get back in the suit. What?
I trusted you, Vizzy. You were wrong for this. I defended for you.
Fucking put me down! I didn't do anything!
No! No! I caught you! I caught you red-handed!
What's going on?
The fuck is going on?
She tried to steal your mech suits.
Oh, fuck off!
It break my heart, bro. But Vizzy is a traitor. She played all of us.
That's not what I was doing. I'm trying to help you.
I trusted you. Never again.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Holy shit. Is that the real?
She bring the keys to steal the car, but I stop her.
You fucking idiots! You need me!
You brought the Astropulse. You already do enough.
You don't know what's coming.
What are you talking about?
What's coming?
She bring them here.
Dude, I thought we defeated you.
We under attack. Watch her. Don't get the power back.
You need my help.
You helped enough. I going.
No, wait. Call in the Z team. They're ready to handle something like this.
That's not gonna work. They have jammers up. You're not gonna be able to call out or call in. That's why this place isn't already swarming with heroes.
You sure know a lot about the plan for someone not involved.
Look, they tried to recruit me. Of course they did. But I said no.
Bullshit. Watch her. I go get the power back on. I moved their Mecha Man suit to the rec room. Here. Take this.
We're fighting the Red Ring, Royd. I'm not walking home from fucking yoga.
All I got, brother. Don't listen to her kind of bullshit, okay? You keep her tied up.
I got some pepper spray you can borrow if that's not enough. All right, untie me. What? Why are you looking?
You didn't lie to me, but you didn't tell me the truth.
I'd love to sit here and explain it all to you, but a pile of Red Ring assholes are streaming into the building right now.
No. I just don't understand why you wouldn't tell me.
I was worried Shroud would come after you.
Well, he did.
So if I gave it to you, he'd have the pulse right now. I was trying to protect you.
Yeah. Well, the internal bleeding I've got from your old boss isn't making me feel all that protected right now.
Thumbstick.
What?
It's his name, because he sticks you with... They're all fucking idiots, Robert, but they're dangerous. I'm not fucking around. Untie me. He looks stupid, but he is a killer. You don't have powers. You need my help. Just let me help. Please.
I got it. Alright, we don't want it getting awkward with you having to fight an old buddy of yours.
Wow.
If I need your help for anything, it's not gonna be for a loser like this.
Sure you don't want that spray?
I would like for a bit of development. I don't just want to be gooning. All right.
What was that?
Hold it in, dude. Hold it in. All right.
Oh, it didn't make much of a difference.
Come on.
Dude, really?
Come on. Why would you even need the keycard for this stupid shit? I hate this place. God.
To be fair, having a key card needed for a bathroom is diabolical. Ah! Cool.
Oh, thank you. All right, God.
Tase him, brother.
Hillary, big brother.
Hey, Thumbstick! Behind you!
Hey! Ew. Ew, that's disgusting. Thumbstick cock.
Why are his fucking balls out to piss?
Thought that was normal. You mind helping him?
Why would you crinkle cut your balls or your zipper if you don't have... What are you asking me?
Can you just put his dick away? Feels like the dignified thing to do.
Dignified for who?
I know the guy a little, and it's bad enough he's unconscious.
Fuck. Alright.
Ugh.
Thank you. That was very decent of you.
Ew.
All right, go get your suit.
Wait, shouldn't we stick together? I hate it when she does that.
And all right. "20th time's the charm, brother. Let's do it." "20 times the freaking charm. Let's go!" Uh-oh. He's back! Becca is back!
Package. Roy, you really outdid yourself.
The man is Becca again. Just like riding a bike, huh?
Alright. Now it's a QTE fest. Let's do it.
This is great.
Chernobyl!
Obviously, the suit doesn't work without the astral pulse, so it is really nice of you to bring it to us.
Your dad would be so proud of you if he wasn't dead. Cause Shroud killed him. Like he's gonna kill you. And all your friends.
That break their fucking arms!
Armstrong? Oh my god!
Super weird crime scene. Or just give us the pulse and we'll let you live.
Dude, he's back.
Of course.
Both arms! Each one gets broken!
Everyone gets it, okay? We see the casts. You're making it weird.
Last time we met, you ended up in a dumpster. I'm gonna make sure this time you can't walk out.
Right. When I tricked you into taking me to your pathetic little lair.
You talk a huge game for someone with his whole ass dick out. I know.
Crazy, right? It's like real big, but super quiet.
Wait.
So cool.
What's that? He really does have the whole dick hanging out. Listen, man, nudism is a thing. Oh my god, he has tiny arms too! Okay, well, hopefully it's easier to break that too.
Build the astral pulse. Just another promise he didn't come through on.
That's what this is all about? You needed it to power your stupid spider shit?
It's not stupid.
Come on, kid. Using the pulse to power a Mac is like plugging your cell phone into a nuclear reactor. No. I'm gonna use the pulse to change the world.
Well, does your little app predict
me beating your ass?
Whoa.
Oh, they don't like that.
Uh-oh. Twin energy blades. Go. All right, we got fighting now. Hold on.
You alright, brother?
Cluster bombs. No! Dude, I didn't even see the prompt.
Is this just a warm-up round?
I love this has the streamer mode. I know, we just get to see his whole big freaking Chernobyl cock out the entire time he's on screen.
Still got that new car shine.
Blood Blazer! No.
You were late. My calculations had you showing up 30 seconds ago.
Sorry to disappoint.
Ew.
I can't tell you how boring life is without surprises.
Well, then it's a good thing I can't even predict what these idiots are gonna do.
Hold on. Wait, what?
What the fuck?
Prism! The C-Team! Dude, Flambe and Chernobyl cock will go hard. Ew.
Doesn't matter if I'm fighting one or all of you. The outcome is the same.
Oh, it's legendary, dude. This is legendary right here. Come on! Water boy! Dude with the crossbody! Holy shit! Dude, he's got moves. Honestly.
The best this team has to offer.
Flambe! No. Oh! Oh, it's Dark Side of the Moon. Oh, hello. Well,
I hope my saving you from collision was appropriate.
It was phenomenal.
aw. She said it. She set the line. Oh! INVISIGAL!
You know, I definitely had that.
Oh, great. Well, I'll just go then.
There's a bitch. We never finished our dance, Mecha Man.
Actually, I got the guy for you.
Hmm?
Wow.
Punch her in the cock!
Little fucking Lucky Charm is a match for me?
We call him the Elephant Foot.
See ya.
Please, please, please let me see the dick punch. Oh no. Phenomenon! He got blasted back to his home planet.
Robert, this isn't working. He knows our next move before we do.
Hey! The Mecha Man situation is oh god.
I warned you that cutting me was a big mistake, bucko. But I guess you're probably realizing that right about now, huh?
Keeping Coop over me? You are actually so dumb, dude.
It wasn't personal.
From the office?
You should know. It wasn't personal.
Sonar will remember that. Wait, redemption?
Oh, look, Dad. Mom's home.
Hey, we're your friends. Please, this isn't you. Help us stop Shroud and earn your spot back on the Z team.
Sonar, please, man.
No, I don't think I will. 'Cause you know what? Now I'm on the me team. And if you couldn't appreciate me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best.
Dude, all you do is just quote shit.
Which is your loss, really. Because these new augment Shroud hooked me up with give me some pretty sweet new moves. Wanna see it?
No, actually.
Yeah, no, not really.
Whoa! Sonar lasers. Oh boy. Dude, the Coop fight probably would be a lot more intense, but because Sonar, just by his existence, he fucking deflates a lot of things. He just... Ah! He just, like, deflates so much stuff, just by his mere existence. Oh, well, okay, well, never mind, we got him. Oh, dude, he has a 6 scar now. Bye-bye. Feel the light, bitch. Hey! No redemption for Sonar, unfortunately. Nice. Ah! Permanently blinded. Oh my god! Dude, that's not a dick anymore. It's now the elephant's foot. That dick doesn't... Dude, that dick doesn't drop bombs anymore. It's as flat as the elephant's foot.
You can still jerk off.
Oh, maybe if you grip it with the 7 one and hold it with...
You know what? Out of all the guys that deserved that, he deserved it the most.
Wait.
No. Blood Blazer! No! What are you doing? No. Get him! Wait, was that Phenomenon? Man, everyone's going after him. I don't even know if, like, these QTEs really do anything. I'm pretty sure that it's a pre-rendered scene, right? I mean, this feels like a pre-rendered scene. Shh. No. Huh?
Shroud's got a new suit now? What the fuck? How long was I out?
Dude.
Blazer.
What?
You're not the only one who wasn't born with powers. My powers come from that amulet.
Holy shit. Look at you.
Oh, look at you.
Oh shit, yeah, look at me. Shit, no, look out.
No.
Take off his weak noodle arms.
Blazer always did have a soft spot for helpless losers.
This right here is the Avengers moment. Oh, fire and dude missed. Oh my god, wait, he has like a homing attack? Okay, I love him even more. I wanted to say fire and well, this thing isn't ice, it's water, so really you get evaporation, as one would say.
Fuck.
You're helping, brother! I'm proud of you! Blonde Blazer on the top! Oh my god, the GFs are teaming up. Oh, she's got the bomb! Oh, well, never mind. I'm pretty sure we're gonna get this anyways. Super Spirit Bomb! Where did sensor flipping off? I know, that was weird. Give me my energy. I will lend you my energy, Goku. Lend me your energy, Z-Team.
We fucked them in the face.
We sure did.
That's it? Let's go again. Anybody want to go again? Yeah. You're alive. Nice.
You too. Nice. New, look.
Why? What happened? I still look good, right?
You're like a French soccer player who's going through something.
Wait a minute. No.
Track star. Well, that is a surprise.
Please, Elliot, put him down.
Oh, this fat fuck.
Yes, that fat fuck.
Why is everyone so tense? Don't worry. I'm not gonna drop him. Because Track Blondie there'll just swoop in and catch him anyway. So yeah, no. If I'm killing this dog, I'm gonna be sure he dies.
Know this. If you hurt him, you will die.
I think, you know, that is a pretty valid response for threatening a dude. It's one thing to threaten humans. Threatening animals like that? Nah. This man's gotta die. Right here.
No shit. So, why don't you, and only you, Robert, fly your father's suit up here and give me my fucking astral balls? Oh, and if the rest of you could surrender, that'd be helpful. Come on out. Don't be shy.
Whoa. Are we actually going to give up the suit? For good? Oh, we're going to give him the prototype, aren't we?
There he is. So predictable. I knew this little sloppy guy is your weakness. I knew you'd fall for... What is it you call her? INVISIGAL. And she'd steal that soft heart of yours like everything else she's robbed. That's why we planted her here.
What? She was a plant the whole time.
She works for us too. She gets 2 paychecks for this
No.
job. Look at her. Oh, she's embarrassed. So, all that to say, there isn't a thing you can do that I haven't modeled out. And once I have the pulse, I won't need to predict. I'll just know. So don't fuck around, Robert. Not right now.
I feel like we're going to have a choice
It's
here.
almost time for a 3-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Hold on. No, there's no way we're letting the ad player in this, brother.
Don't be an idiot and try to give me the shitty prototype. I'm a bad person, but I'm a man of my word.
Well, at least you admit you're bad.
And no harm will come to your stupid dog. You all hear that? I've been through all the game theory on this moment 1,000 times. I'm not steps ahead.
Whoa, game theory?
So, don't fucking test me.
Give them both.
What the fuck is this, Robert?
You said you wanted the Astropulse. I gave it to you. One of those is it.
They look fucking identical, Robert.
Look, you're right. I can't outsmart you. Because, you know what? I'm not a smart guy. So, the only way to keep you from knowing what I'm doing is to not have any idea what I'm doing. Which is how I feel all the time. But I trust my gut and I take my best guess. Just like you used to do. Before you plugged all those fucking Christmas lights into your head. Before you were afraid to make your own decisions, Elliot.
Maybe we wait till we get home?
Shut the fuck up! Fuck you.
Yep. Did he throw away the prototype or no? Oh no. Blow up. Blow up. Blow up, you bitch.
That was worth the wait. Feel that, you fucking fucks? I told you! I fucking told you, Clouds! You feel the power? I see it now. I can see it all. It's all there. Every permutation. Every...
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. It's the wrong one, isn't it?
Wait.
Just a hunch, but I'm starting to think that you guessed wrong.
No. It's just...
Wait, are they all gonna vomit? Yep. All of them are vomiting now.
This can't be.
You know, someone has to clean it up, right?
You son of a bitch!
Don't be mad. You lost. It happens.
Sorry, kid. We both lose.
No. Huh? INVISIGAL! Through her heart.
Still be surprised.
Dude, at least we're gonna beat him up, right? Now this is the Omni-Man moment. I can't, dude. You're not worth the effort. You're not worth the effort of killing. Everyone will remember that. Is she gonna die here? I think she's gonna die here, chat. Well, she's on her own 2 feet. Exactly. We'd be no better if we killed him. Succeeded as a mentor. Sorry, kid. Succeeded as a mentor. At that point, we're not heroes, we're vigilantes.
How am I the one on a stretcher when you look like hammered shit?
Be that as it may, you did get shot by a gun. Hospital check is pretty customary after that.
It didn't hit anything. Bullet went straight through.
Yeah, about that. Quick hero lesson. When you jump in front of a bullet, you're supposed to actually stop it. You know, it's kind of the whole point.
Who's the top dog now? I think someone can say hot dog. Hot dog over here, finally pulling her weight.
The fuck is this?
Maybe you should let a nice moment be nice every now and then.
Okay. Okay. Chill out, weirdos.
Bitch. Not a bitch. Not a bitch. Woo!
Need anything? This is...
She's Mandy now?
Look, all of this was a real...
clusterfuck?
Shit show, actually. I was gonna say poop show, but I'm trying to sound like less of a dork.
It's already working.
Aw.
I hope the fact that I've always rooted for you makes up for ever doubting you.
It does.
Aw.
I don't blame you. I mean, look how untrustworthy she looks.
There's always a home for you here, Courtney.
I appreciate that.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
So, here we are. Looks like you did it.
What is the it you're referring to?
A lot, really. You're not a bitch, apparently, at least according to them.
Oh, what do they know?
Very little, yeah, but there's also all that, you know, really heroic shit you did, saving my life and all. That was cool. Does that make you a hero now?
No.
I think it might, though.
Told you to believe me.
Yeah, I fucked up.
Yeah, you did. But I forgive you.
Well, I will not forgive myself.
Oh, and you shouldn't, obviously.
Aw.
Oh, you got something on your...
Oh, is it blood? I'm a bleeder.
Someone is attracted to Robert. And you lock that down, Robert. It's never going to happen again.
Is it still there?
All right.
Ah.
Let's do it.
Take care of her.
I'm a bleeder. Kissed on a stretcher.
I will.
Straight behavior.
Holy shit. Took a bullet for Robert. Something I would never do.
It was a targeted attack by Shroud and those miserable, jerks, the Red Ring.
There's a story out there that Shroud was captured by not a superhero, but an SDN dispatcher. Care to comment?
Got him. That was funny because he doesn't talk much. I see you. That was good. Wait, what was the...
There's a story out that...
Oh, yeah. I can confirm this story is true. I cannot confirm who this individual is. I can confirm he's a badass motherfucker. Oh, shit. Can I not cuss?
It's fine.
I can confirm he's a badass.
Shit, that's the only reason I'm talking.
Choose the path of mercy.
These are the real heroes right here. This is the team that thwarted Shroud.
Dude. Punch Up looks like Mike Wazowski.
Z-Team! These fuckers are the best heroes in the whole motherfucking SD.
Actually, I'm hearing now we can't bleep the curse words. Reporting live from SDN Torrance. Back to the studio.
We did good.
It's almost time for a 3-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Get you a turn to the Mecha Mans. Defend S.
Hold on. I need to run the ad chat. There's no way I can stop it. I'm sorry. Right?
It's
right
break
at the worst
time.
possible time.
Where are the
too.
Cheetos, my dudes?
Hi, it's Vince with ShamWow.
ShamWow. I'll be back in a second.
Every time you use this towel, it's like a chamois, it's like a towel, it's like a sponge. A regular towel doesn't work wet. This works wet or dry. This is for the house, the car, the boat, the RV. ShamWow holds 20 times its weight in liquid. Look at this. It just does the work. Why do you want to work twice as hard? Doesn't drip. Doesn't make a mess. Wring it out. You wash it in the washing machine. Made in Germany. You know the Germans always make good stuff. You can cut it in half. Use one as a bath mat. Drain your dishes with the other one. Use one as a towel. Olympic divers, they use it as a towel. Look at that, completely dry. Put a wet sweater, roll it up. It dries your sweaters. Here's some cola. Wine, coffee, cola, pet stains. Not only is the damage going to be on top, there's your mildew. That is going to smell. See that? The most observant. We're going to do this in real time. Look at this. Put on the spill, turn it over without even putting any pressure. 50% of the cola right there. You follow me, camera guy? The other 50%, the color starts to come up. No other towel is going to do that. It acts like a vacuum. And look at this, virtually dry on the bottom. See what I'm telling you? ShamWow, you'll be saying wow every time.
I can't live without it. I just love it.
Oh my gosh, I don't even buy paper towels anymore.
If you're going to wash your cars or any kind of vehicle,
You'd be out of your mind not to own one of these.
All I can say is sham. Wow.
You're gonna spend $20 every month on paper towels anyway. You're throwing your money away. The mini ShamWows are for everything, for everyday use. This lasts 10 years. This lasts a week. I don't know, it sells itself. The ShamWow sells for $19.95, but you get one for the house, one for the car, two for the kitchen and bathroom. But if you call now, within the next 20 minutes, because we can't do this all day, we'll give you a second set absolutely free. So that's 8 ShamWows for $19.95. Comes with a 10-year warranty. Here's how to order.
I can deny it no longer, chat. It's very cold in this house. But I missed my opportunity to get socks, so we're just here doing this now. I could probably get socks. Hold on. I got the brand new Shadow socks, chat. I got the long boys over here. That's right, long boys can be socks too. Even though they're very hard to get on. They cling to the skin. It's very weird. And they're very fleecy.
Om nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hi, Steph. I'd wear them. I would wear them. Absolutely, brother. Hold on. I'm putting socks on. Well, you can't see me right now. Oh, man, they're coming undone. Already? Got big-ass hobbit feet. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Raw. All right.
The ends. Choke damage, but I don't care.
No, you did good, my friend. What you pulled off with that suit is a miracle.
Nah. It's not the hard part, fella. All you guys do the hard things.
Royd, you were throwing those red ring fuckers around like graduation caps.
They're too small, bro. Too small.
No joke, I started to feel bad for them. It was mesmerizing.
Yep, that was a fun scrap for sure.
He'll come at the same time as my nail polish arc.
Gotta clean up tomorrow. Good job, Mecha Man.
Aww. Undeniably awesome.
Hey. The bat in the suit? Yeah, he's with us.
Yeah, that's a
Huh?
Z-Team member right there.
You got the
What?
laugh, man.
He's back?
What do you think? Did they earn a pardon?
Is that my call?
You're the one that'll have to work with them.
Forgive and forget. Well, what does dude, it's forgive or forget. What's the difference? Listen, we cannot forgive, we cannot forget because he tried to kill us, but we can forgive him.
Yeah, sure. Why the fuck not? Hey! Yeah, no, they're with us.
Sonar will remember that. For what? We're at the end, right? Dude, listen, if we're gonna forgive, INVISIGAL, if we're gonna forgive Flambe, we have to forgive Sonar as well.
Oh man, that was fantastic.
Hey, so you maybe got an extra one of those?
I do, actually.
Really? Where'd all the extra beers come from?
Oh, there's a ton of booze in the rec room. That's where they got it. I'm honestly shocked it hasn't turned into an issue.
Oh shit, no powers.
I got it. Forced to open beers like a normie.
Unless there's a next game and he remembers that.
Drunk like a normie too. I've had half a beer and I'm already feeling it.
So, is that permanent?
Nah, he's borrowing it until we can figure out a different solution for his issue.
Right, the whole being on the brink of death issue.
That's the one.
Well, looks like he'll enjoy while it lasts.
You did a great job. With INVISIGAL. She really stepped up. Took a bullet for you and everything. I wouldn't have put my money on this team being the one to but here we are.
Yeah, they deserve to be celebrated. Hopefully it doesn't go to their head.
I wouldn't count on that.
Hmm.
That was quite a kiss she laid on you. Gonna have to talk to HR about that.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that.
I'm joking, Robert. Relax.
Cool. So we're good?
Yeah, more than good. Make her happy. Because God knows she's fucking miserable.
I like how it's not even like implied anymore. Like both Robert and Courtney are an item now.
So does this mean the team's off Monday?
I was just trying to figure that out. I think you might need to go.
I need to take this young man if you don't mind.
By all means.
Wait, are we? Hold
right.
on.
I was wrong about Vizzy. She didn't actually kill me, just almost. Now let's see if I can make you throw up.
Wait, what?
Uh-oh. Aw.
Okay, okay.
Super Bowl.
Wait, let me get a picture.
Somebody else take the picture. Okay, what's happening? Okay, stop.
Wait, are we taking a picture? Are we taking a picture?
Ah, Catman.
What's happening? Okay, that's enough.
Let's be careful with your dispatcher.
Careful, everybody.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, instantly painful, actually.
Oh, it displayed like the title card at the end. Wow. Chat, that was awesome. I love that a whole lot. I mean, like, especially as someone that like enjoyed Telltale games back then, this was an absolute treat. But my only question now is, when's Dispatch 2? especially with the ending where it's like, Sonar will remember that. Well, it's only really... Oh wait, Laura Bailey was INVISIGAL? Okay. I thought she was Blonde Blazer for a second. Nurse Jack set the guy Charles White as Sonar. Yeah, that was fucking awesome. I love like the mix of comedy and drama. Travis Willingham, I spotted him from a mile away. Joel Haver? Smiling Friend's own Joel Haver, huh? If Dispatch was so good, why isn't there a Dispatch 2? Well, Young Gravy was in this game? Wow, okay. I can't believe they got The Rock to play Royd. And Matthew Mercer putting in his best SPO right there. If Dispatch was so good, why isn't there a Dispatch 2? Probably because it's only been a year since this one, and it's probably going to take like 3 more years before we get a new one. But yeah, like, I fucking loved this. I loved the story it was telling. It was very heartfelt while also being, you know, really, funny and dramatic in a lot of places too. And you know, I love, you know, the actual like strategy segments where you do the dispatching. So, dude, honestly, this was a fantastic experience. Give me more. All right, hold on. Because we can't have soup. Oh wait, hold on. Is there post-credit stuff or no? Hold on. You and 61% of players deceive Shroud by giving him both astral pulses. That's how we defeated him. You and 36% of players showed mercy and spared Shroud. Well, listen, man. You and 49% of players changed your mind and did not kill Shroud. Wow, dude, I'm surprised the game kept track of that. You and 13% of players did not trust INVISIGAL and let their tied up. Well, you know, I feel like in that instance we were a little right to be skeptical. You and 35% of players support INVISIGAL, leading her to embrace heroism over villainy. So wait, there's like an alternate version of this in where she like turns evil. Well, I'm glad we didn't do that. I'm so glad we didn't do that. You and 53% of players fell for INVISIGAL. You and 73% of players defeated Sonar and saved Los Angeles. And you and 75% of players rescued Coop first over Waterboy. I mean, listen, man. Coop... Listen, I like Waterboy, but Coop just has more utility. So... You and 71% of players welcome Sonar back into the Z team. I mean, dude, if you're back next game, we have a lot of work to do. There's 4 endings in this game, I think. You and 57% of players went on the coffee run. You and 37% of players put away thumbsticks dick themselves. Your most sent hero was Gollum. You performed better than 80% of players in today's shift, and you activated a hero's power 116 times. I don't know what to do, man. Now it's a true hero. Your Robert always tried to do the right thing at the right time. Your most sent hero of the entire game was Prism. You performed better than 40% of players across all shifts, and you activated a hero's power that many times. Your most successful hero was Malevola. See, I told you, because like sort of making her a jack of all made it really easy to just put her in, you know, a lot of different scenarios. You set the perfect hero for the call 8 times across all shifts, and you barely succeed on a call 9 times across all shifts. Your most successful shift was episode 8, phase 2, and my strongest hero was Coop. Yeah, Coop was the GOAT, honestly, because like we built her to fit in just so many different things and exceed in a lot of different things too. Plus, you pair her up with Punch Up, it's a winning combination almost every time. So, yeah. Chat, I can't believe it's over. I can't believe it's over, honestly. Wow. Dude, dude, if I saw the ending where like INVISIGAL became a villain again, I would not be able to sleep at night. I'm gonna be honest with all of you. That would break my heart. Big style. But, yeah. That was... I'm honestly kind of surprised that there was no post-credit stuff. I guess maybe they didn't want to, you know, set themselves up in case this didn't really do well. But obviously, at least based on what I've seen, this game did very, very well for itself. I am begging, pleading for there to be a season 2. Because this just seems like something that you could, you know, like reiterate on with a sequel. Time for more playthroughs on your off time. For fucking sure, brother. Yeah. But yeah. Dude. What a story, Mark. What a story, Mark. The Telltale game I need back is Strong Bad's cool game for attractive people. Can you not get it on Steam anymore? Because I do have Strong Bad's cool game for attractive people on Steam. It's been years since I played it. Almost a decade. But... I don't know, I wouldn't mind playing it again. That would be fun. I don't need to get Zach on here for it, though, because I feel like he would be able to understand it sort of better than I. I'm really surprised that Homestar Runner is still going in the current year. you know, because like because Homestar Runner is like original internet stuff. So for it to still be going in the modern day is kind of crazy. But what's even crazier is the fact that we have to move on from this game, chat. I don't want to move on from it. There's so much about this game that I love. I love the strategy elements. I love the story that actually kind of feels like there's weight to your choices. I enjoy the mix of, you know, comedy and drama. It is a sublimely written game. And, you know, you can make the argument that something like this doesn't really need to be a game. But I feel that this is a story that's incredibly enhanced, you know, by the fact that it's a game. It was one of your first streams as well, I think. It was, back before I became a VTuber. Maybe it's time to revisit it, chat. It's been 10 years. Maybe it's time to revisit it. But my thing is, like, I enjoy games like this, but the downside is that I'm not really sort of able to, like, interact with chat as much, you know? And because I'll be locked in on the plot. But thankfully, something like Homestar Runner is a lot more invested in telling jokes rather than, you know, being like, you know, a complex, thematically deep story like something like Dispatch is. So, yeah. But yeah, I love this game. Even if you watch me play it from start to finish, I still think it's worth playing, you know, yourself, just to kind of see, you know, like what kind of choices you would make. Because, like, it's very, very obvious to me that there's, like, a lot of divergence in this game. Yeah, you don't really see a lot of it culminate until the final episode, but it feels like that there's a lot that you can do in this game to kind of change your experience somewhat. So yeah, thank you everyone for joining me for this. Thank you once again to Patch for gifting me this game for Christmas. Thank you very much for that. That was very, very nice of you. We're gonna go ahead and raid into somebody now, chat. I don't know who, but we're gonna raid into somebody here. My sides hurt from talking so much. All right, let's figure out who we're raiding into. one for the road, huh? I understand.
Bubsy the Bobcat.
Oh God.
Bubsy's nap is interrupted one day when he discovers that
well, you know what?
It's
timely.
Balls. Bubsy doesn't want to see his favorite play toy become extinct, so he embarks on a mission to collect as many yarn balls as possible and to stop the two queen woolies.
Yeah, I didn't like this stuff.
The graphics are great, as you can see here, making the journey to Stage 16 a sublime and enjoyable play experience.
Oh, are you still playing this thing?
A sublime and enjoyable play experience, huh?
Bubsy can skip into Stage 16 and encounter the Queen Woolies, Polly and Esther. Simply bop their heads while taking care not to be hit by their energy shield. Remember, the code is STCJDH. Good players will not even need this code, but this way you can see the ending of the game quickly. Bubsy will return for more hair and fur-raising adventure in a second game, Bubsy 2. So there you have it. Bubsy has won, and he's thrilled with his success. We at Flights of Fantasy are thrilled with him too. Even though Bubsy is easy, the game is still excellent.
Alright, got the raid message going here, chat. What a story, Mark. Alright, we're gonna raid into Banicula. They're starting a thing on No Man's Sky right now. The Swarm Expedition. I mean, it's getting to that time of year where I play No Man's Sky for like a couple weeks, and then I drop it. Lather, rinse, repeat until the heat death of the universe. But that's besides the point. Go and show her some support. Please follow if you've not done so already. We're trying to get to 1,000 followers this year. If we do, we are going to do 1K Mania, which will be a celebration of this lovely community through fan-made matches, or like fan-requested matches in Wrestling Empire. So yeah, I'll be back on Saturday with more SmackDown vs. Raw 2011. It's the road to bragging rights, the best pay-per-view of the calendar year, as we all know. So come and join me for that. Revel in Sheamus's new multi-belt reign, Jack Swagger not being on SmackDown anymore, and Chavo Guerrero, ooh, Chavo, still being US champion. We'll see y'all then. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you for joining me. Goodbye.